Blog Talk Radio.
Erev Tov, good evening. Hello, Shalom. Shalom, Chabarim, Shalom, here, the T to T, what's usually the T to T. But now we're also going to bring in the Two Witness Tuesdays. Stay tuned, Two Witness Tuesdays. Heal up, Zion War Child, Lone Cub. All right, was it Lone Wolf and Lion's Cub? Yeah, Lone Wolf, Lion Cub right there, there's here. Also Elder Yara, and also the Chabarim right here, Ras Ayason, Tafar I, Ras Sahar Ahad. Hail up Tessa, Mikael, Ras Baruku, yes I, Ras Anbessa. So many Rases, the Rases and the Rasettes, sons and daughters right here, the T to T. Here we are at the 46th sabbatical study for this Shabbat Strong. IKEV. What is IKEV? IKEV. Consequence, because of, on the heels of, literally from the Hebrew. At the root of Yaakov. Yaakov is the Akab, which links with this Torah reading and feeding IKEV right here. First things first right here. Once again, the greetings. Hope all is well and blessed with you by Shem Yeshua. May Yah continue to bless you, keep you and your families, at home and abroad, in the King of Kings Christ's name. So right here, Rastafari, Testify Tuesdays. Looking forward to Two Witness Tuesdays. This is your brother. This is the brother, right? The brother in Yeshua HaMoshiach, the glory of the King of Kings, Ras, Ayadonis Safari, Yadon.
I'm going to testify. The Brit Chadasha Chadis Kidan Renewed Covenant reading for RSS number 45, Wyatt Hanan. And I plead it from the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 23, verse 31 through 39, and Mark, chapter 12, verse 28 through 34. We begin B'Shem Ha'ab, V'Habin, V'Ruach HaKadosh, Yahweh Ahad. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, He who be, who He be, the One. והנה אתם מעידים בעצמכם שבנים אתם לרוצחי הנביאים ובכן לא אתם שק אבותיכם נחשים ילדי צפונים איך תמלטו מדין גיהינום לכן הנני שולח לכם נביאים וחכמים וסופרים ומהם תהרגו ותצלבו ומהם תכו בשוטים בכנסיותיכם ותרדפו מעיר לעיר למען יבוא עליכם כל דם נקי הנשפך בארץ מדם הבל הצדיק אדם זכריה בן ברקיה אשר רקצתם אותו בעין ההיכל ומזבח. Wherefore, ye be witnesses to yourselves, that ye are the children of them that killed the prophets. Fill ye up then the measure of your fathers, ye serpents, ye generation of vipers. How can ye escape the damnation of hell? Wherefore, behold, I send to you prophets and wise men and scribes, and some of them ye shall kill and crucify, and some of them shall ye scourge in your synagogues, and persecute them from city to city, that upon you may come all the righteous blood shed upon the earth, from the blood of righteous Abel to the blood of Zechariah, son of Berechiah, whom he slew between the temple and the altar. Verily I say to you, all these things shall come upon this generation. The lament over Jerusalem. Oh, Jerusalem, Jerusalem, thou that killest the prophets, and stonest them that are sent to thee. How often would I have gathered thy children together, even as a hen gathereth her chickens under her wings, and ye would not. Behold, your house is left to you desolate. For I say to you, ye shall not see me henceforth, till ye shall say, Blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord. Baruch haba b'shem Yahweh. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Baruch Hashem. Wechad min hasofrim shema otam mitwachim vayikrab aleihim vayar ki heyiteb heshibam vayishalehu mahi harishona lekol hamitzvot vayaan oto Yeshua harishona lekol hamitzvot Shema Israel Yahweh Eloheinu Yahweh Echad ואהבת את יהוה אלוהיך בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מדעך ובכל מאודך. זו היא המצווה הראשונה, והשנית הדומה לה, ואהבת לרעך כמוך, ואין מצווה גדולה מאלה. ויאמר עליו הסופר, אמנם רבי יפה דברת, כי אלוהים אחד הוא, ואין עוד מלבדו. ולהבא אותו בכל לבב, ובכל מידה, ובכל נפש, ובכל מוד, ובכל אהבה את הרעה כנפשך, גדולה היא מכל עולות וזבחים. וירא ישוע כי ענה בדעת, ויאמר עליו, לא רחוק אתה ממלכות האלוהים, ואיש לא ערב עוד את ליבו לשאול אותו שאלה. The greatest commandments. And one of the scribes came, and having heard them reasoning together, and perceiving that he had answered them well, asked him, What is the first commandment of all? And Yeshua answered him, The first of all the commandments is, Shema Israel, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Ahad. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. And thou shalt love the Lord thy God, Yahweh Eloheka, with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind, and with all thy strength. This is the first commandment. And the second is like, namely this, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. There is none other commandment greater than these. And the scribe said to him, Well, Rebbe, well, Master, thou hast said the truth. For there is one God, and there is none other but He. And to love Him with all the heart, and with all the understanding, and with all the soul, and with all the strength, and to love his neighbor as himself, is more than all whole burnt offering and sacrifice. And when Yeshua saw that he answered discreetly, he said to him, Thou art not far from the kingdom of Elohim. And no man after that durst ask him any question. Kabor lakalu, kabor ledimtu, kabor lachailu, kabor lakedamawi, chaile selase, Jesus Christos Sim. Glory to Word, glory to Sound, glory to Power. Glory to Abinu Melkenu, our Father, our King, the first power of the Trinity, in the name of Yeshua HaMashiach, Jesus Christ. Yes, I, Rastafari.
I'm going to testify. I'm going to testify what Jah has done for I.
Yes, yes, yes. Give thanks, Ras Ayasin Tafara right there. That was from the previous Shabbat Wa'et Hanan, Va'et Hanan from the Brit Chadasha, the New Testament readings. Had Matthew chapter 23, verses 31 to 39, as well as Mark chapter 12, focus verses 28 to 34. We have the Great Commandments, and the Yeshua quote in verse 29, where Yeshua answered him, the first of all the commandments is Shema Yisrael, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Echad. Hear, O Israel, he who be, our Elohim. He who be, Echad, the one. That right there, we have that in Devarim, in Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4. And then he goes on with the We'ahavta, and thou shalt love Yahweh Jehovah thy Elohim with all thy heart and with all thy soul and with all thy mind and with all thy strength. It's interesting because when we look at Deuteronomy chapter 6 and we go to verse 5 and verse 6, it actually says, Ubekal Moedika. Moed in the Hebrew is like say very. So Tov is good. Tov Me'od. So we have Moedika. And the way to bring out the translations like muchness or nuffness, all your nuffness. And looking at man being a trinity, man has spirit, soul, and carbon, organic structure, a body. We see the muchness or the me'odika, ubikol me'odika, as symbolizing with all of our might. So usual translation there in Deuteronomy chapter 6 is with all your might. But then we have might on a twofold sense. Our might, our physical strength, our physical health, as well as our wealth. But note that here, Yeshua brings out, instead of with all thy heart and with all thy soul and with all thy might, it says with all thy mind and with all thy strength. And this is the first commandment. This is the first commandment. And then he says, and the second is like, namely this. This is what we say that the Ten Commandments, as they are called often in the translations, and in Christian, we could say amongst the Judeo-Christian tradition, is referred to as the Ten Commandments. And then in Amharic, we have Asertu Kalat. Asertu, the Ten Kalat. It's a good is like construct. And in the Hebrew, Aseret from Aser, 10, Aseret Debarim, the 10 words. But note right here, and it's the commandment. But here Yeshua is answering the great commandment. So there's such a thing as the great commandment. And then he says in verse 31, and the second is like, namely this, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. There is none other commandment greater than these. So here we have the core, the central commandment of Torah right here, brought out by Rabbeinu Yeshua. And the quote in the second is Leviticus chapter 19, verse 18, what some might refer to as the priestly law. Leviticus chapter 19, verse 18, and thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. So, question, how important is it to love yourself? If we are to love our neighbor, and the condition in the clause is like and as we love ourselves, If we're not very loving to our neighbor, does that tell that we might not love ourselves very much? So on the topic of discussion, the third one from Va'et Hanan, when Rabbeinu Yeshua was asked what was the greatest commandment, note that he quoted the We'ahavta, the and thou shalt love portion of the Shema, and the duty to love others, the duty to love others. So the commandment to love is central, it's the hearticle. But the reason is, how can that be commanded? Or we can ask, why is that commanded? So discussing that relationship between loving Elohim and obeying his commandments, and there's another area of scripture which the Holy Spirit recalls to mind, where it says, how can we love Elohim who we have not seen, but hate our brother? Very, very interesting. But here, words of the King, full right here on the 10 words, the 10 commandments, on nationhood, right, and on the active work.
Mature Christian, have you a special word for young people of these days?
Pause. There's a key word that Oswald Hoffman says in his question, in his inquiry. As a mature Christian, as a mature mitmenan, maturity is important. Grow in grace and the knowledge. Here, Shema'ah.
Mature Christian, have you a special word for young people of these days? On this occasion, I address also all those within our empire. Our Christianity is not restricted to the given church, and I stress above all that we do not wish to make distinctions. My advice to all is to fulfill the 10 Commandments. You are aware of the contents of the 10 Commandments and can elaborate on it. If the nation for which I am the emperor follows and accepts this, since it is also what I accept and follow, I would believe our country is not only historically Christian, but also actively Christian.
Jah build a nation. Here, Bad Brains. Jah build a nation. Yes. Some things old, some things new, all things true. Here, Barrington Levi here. Love of Jah. Love of Jah.
I've been traveling this road, the universe. only love that righteous is the love of God. The only love that righteous is the love of God. The only love that righteous is the love of God. I've been traveling this whole universe and seeing with inspired to I and I dream Jehovah. Let's give thanks and praise to the Most High. I learned the real Babylon, tried to teach us love. But it was the love of God. Yes, it was the love of God. So now it has been proved to I and I, brethren, that the only love that's righteous is the love of God. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. The only love that's righteous is the love of God. The only love that's righteous is the love of God. The only love that's righteous is the love of God. Everywhere I go, Babylon try to teach us
Yes. Let's get into it right here, because the evening psalm now here, the third day of the Shabua. We're speaking on the Shabua, third day of the Shabua right here. They call this Tuesday. We call it Testify Tuesday. Give thanks, Zion, War Child. To Witness Tuesdays, working on that right here. You know, the witness, you know what I mean? The witness. What's the witness? We can look at the scriptures, the old and new covenant. You know, God and his word. It's something that I heard. You know, I said, only like God and his word is perfect. Two witnesses right there. But here, evening psalm, Psalm 82, standing psalm, the evening psalm for the third day of the Shabua, third day of the week, that they call Tuesday. Here is Psalm 82. Psalm 82.
Mizmor Pevet. Mizmor le'asaf.
God standeth in the congregation of the mighty.
Elohim nitzav ba'adat el.
He judgeth among the gods.
Bekerev Elohim yishpot.
How long will ye judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? Selah. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. But ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations, 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 inherit all nations.
And here, look what Hebrew, right here, the Hebrew of the evening psalm. That's a psalm right there, right? I said ye are gods. All of you are children of the Most High. I know we touched on it before, to put things in proper context here.
Hebrew boy, everything takes time.
מזמור פ"ב, מזמור לאסף. אלוהים ניצב בעדת אל, בקרב אלוהים ישפוט. עד מתי תשפטו עוול, ופני רשעים תישאו סלע. שפטו דל ויתום, עני ורש הצדיקו. פלטו דל ואביון, מיד רשעים הצילו. לא ידעו ולא יבינו, בחשיכה יתהלכו, ימותו כל מוסדי ארץ. אני אמרתי, אלוהים אתם, ובני עליון כולכם. אכן כאדם תמותון, וכאחד השרים תיפולו. קומה אלוהים, שפטה הארץ, כי אתה תנחל בכל הגויים.
Psalm 82.
מזמור פ"ב, מזמור לאסף.
God standeth in the congregation of the mighty.
אלוהים ניצב בעדת אל.
He judgeth among the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods.
בקרב אלוהים ישפוט.
How long will ye judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? Selah. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. But ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations, 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 inherit all nations.
to corrupt judges arraigned. Corrupt judges of Yisrael, collectively known as the Elohim. Very Torah-based scriptural point, but it's kind of like obscured a little bit. It gets lost in translation, in other words. But here we're at the 45th, right? 45th, reflecting on the 45th. Here, the segue point. We saw some Q&As from the Wa'et Chanan, and I beseech and I pleaded. But right here, like to share this Torah reading and feeding, touch on the first and the second Aliyah for the first and second day for the previous podcast. And so we have the third day Aliyah. We might go up to the fifth day Aliyah, just to hear all these things into context so we can like reason on it, on particular areas. But something's old, something's new. What the Master said. The Master in Matthew chapter 13, verse 52, I and I, Rabbi, the rabbis, Yeshua HaMoshiach. Well, he said, every scribe instructed. That's what we said, grab your pen, your paper, your sacred scripture, the Bible, taking notes, very, very, very fundamental. The synaptic, look up the synaptic connections, That's why writing is very, very important, crucial in our learning. But here, first of Matthew 13.
Blog Talk Radio. Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please hold and you will be able to listen to the show.
Technical difficulties, technical challenges. Technical difficulties, some technical challenges. You hear, y'all hear, yeah. After we had spoke, right, the engineer let us know that, nothing was going through, though we was here playing something right here. So a couple technical difficulties, but we push on, give thanks. So something's old, something's new. Here's a quote from Rabbeinu, Yeshua HaMoshiach. In Matthew chapter 13, verse 52, we have something that we recorded previously, a commentary on the first two Aliyot here of this 46 sabbatical study, Shabbat strong, Shabbat Ikev, Sabbath consequently, Sabbath because, or if you go from the English, it says if, wherefore it shall come to pass if. So a little bit of commentary right there, something's old, something's new here, Matthew chapter 13, verse 52, concerning scribes. Right, we're called to be disciples, and part of that aspect is writing and scribe and literacy. Remember he said, have you not read? Why would you say to somebody, have they not read? Right? Have you not heard? Have you not listened? Shema Yisrael.
And said he unto them, therefore every scribe which is instructed unto the kingdom of heaven, 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 the kingdom. And said he unto them, therefore every scribe which is instructed unto the kingdom of heaven, 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 kingdom of heaven. And said he unto them, therefore every scribe which is instructed unto the kingdom of heaven is like unto a man that is an householder, which bringeth forth out of his treasure things new, and old, 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 things new.
I'm gonna testify.
So here, things new. Here, this Torah reading and feeding here in the season. I kept. Here's commentary. I think it's like 2020 commentary right here. Had the time to kind of break down and build on the first two aliyot, first two readings right here. Deuteronomy chapter 8, Shema Yisrael. What's going on? Okay, yeah. All right. Here. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Rastafari. Yes, I. So that was the reading right there for the first and the second aliyah, the first and the second days, right? The reading right there, part of the reading right there for the first and the second days, picked up with Deuteronomy chapter 8, the warnings and the exhortations. And the warnings and exhortations. The first and second day, that will correspond with the first day, the Sunday, what's called Sunday, and the Monday, and the third aliyah would be for the, coming up for the Tuesday here in the Shavua. But there's a lot of Rhema word right here in this, even with today's daily psalm, according to the ancient Israelites of Ethiopia, the royal order, as we have with a couple of word sounds right here. We have, first of all, in chapter 8, this is warnings and exhortations. Warnings and exhortations. Speaking about how the people were humbled, right? And he suffered them to hunger. And we see what happened even with cases of famine, even during the godless and the creeping coup, and what happened there, though Jah, he fed them. But there's a key word in verse 3, in 8 and 3, that the Messiah, Yeshua, in the first advent, he quotes, where he says, that he might make thee know that man doth not live by bread only, but by every. Now, people say word, but if you look in a good Bible, a good King James translation, you'll notice that the italics, the majority of places you find the italics in the KJV Bibles, that the words are not there in the Hebrew manuscript, and many of these verses we've checked in the Ge'ez, they're not there in the Authorized, Revised, Amharic Bible, the King of Kings Bible, the Metzaf Kedus, they're not there either. So if you read this part here in the good King James Bible that has like the italics, where the italics were originally put there, they're kind of words that have been inserted to give a Western Gentile or one who doesn't read the Hebrew the sense of it, but those words are not there. So here in Deuteronomy chapter 8, verse 3, it says that he might make thee know that man doth not live by bread only. And so that man don't need no bread. Man need bread, but he don't live by bread only, but by every. The word there is italics. The word there is not there. But we read it just the plain reading. By every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of the Lord doth man live. But the more Hebrew sense is, but by every that proceedeth out of the mouth of Jehovah. This is where we get the word Rhema. You probably hear I and maybe others, of course, others say it as well. We picked up on it. We heard people say, oh, the Rhema word. And that's the scripture there, but this is the Rhema word. The Rhema word is like the right now word, the word that proceedeth. Like on the inspiration, the word that proceedeth. You read a portion of scripture, and then you recognize chant. This word here in the scripture, though it may have been written and communicated thousands of years ago, it speaks to the situation or an event, horizon, something that's happening right now. So that's that Rhema word. Another way of saying Rhema word is like that right now word. This is what the Moshiach, Yeshua, Christos, Jesus, Isis, what he quoted, this is the word, he said, it is written, by every right now word that proceedeth out of the mouth of Jehovah doth man live. Now, interestingly enough, the psalm here in the season that corresponds to this 46 Torah portion here for the second day, or, the Monday, we'll call the moon day, the Sheni, right, or the Senyo, in Amharic, the Senyo, and the Sheni, the second day. You can see even the similarities there, the Sheni, Senyo, Anyway, it says in verse 4, thy raiment wax not old upon thee, neither did thy foot swell these 40 years. Remember I said before that, you could tell who the Israelites, and we could say the Jews in that Judahite context, is by the psychological profile of the people.
A lot of ones haven't looked at it like that. Of course, you could say, the racial aspects, the ethnic aspects, the historical aspects that have been whitewashed and covered over. But if you study the psychology of the people, notice what John says through Moses, and what's revealed here is that thy raiment, their clothes did not wax old. What's important to the ones lost and found? Clothes. Their clothes, their raiment. John understood that their clothes did not wax old upon them. And what's the next important thing? If you have good clothing, right? Next thing is your shoes, your kicks. Neither did thy foot swell these 40 years. Another key word right here, just zooming in on a couple of areas right here, verse 9 of Deuteronomy chapter 8. Deuteronomy called Debarim, the words, these are the words. A land wherein thou shalt eat bread without scarceness. Thou shalt not lack anything in it. A land whose stones are iron, and out of whose hills thou mayest dig brass. Verse 10 is a key word too, because sometimes you may hear about Yehudi and Jews and certain ones. I know we're taught, like, before we eat, people say, say grace. And among the Yehudi and the Israelites that recognize what is right, in most cases of eating, we first eat, right? And unless it's a holy meal, if it's a holy meal, like a holy time or a Sabbath time or at a high holiday, we pronounce a baraka over it. But at other times, one eat, right? And afterward, Judaically, one would say a blessing or grace after meals. Now, to the Gentile mind, this might sound strange, but here's where this is built on. In Deuteronomy chapter 8, verse 10, where it says, when thou hast eaten and art full. When you eat, right, and you are full, then, key word, operative word, then thou shalt bless Jehovah, the I Elohim, true God, for the good land which he hath given thee. So, Judaically, and according to the right Israelites, when we eat, normally we eat, you eat, and after you eat, that was good right there. We bless Jah. We bless Jah. The grace after meals is based on that word sound there and the reasonings that go along, the right reasonings that go along with it. When thou hast eaten and art full, then shalt thou bless Jehovah thy God for the good land which he hath given thee. Then it begins at verse 11 with the second aliyah, the second reading, the second word, the second reading for the 7 readings of the Torah portion for the Shabuah, for the 7 days, where it says, beware that thou forget not Yahweh Eloheka, Exia Ramlake, the sustainer, thy source, in not keeping his commandments and his judgments and his statutes. Also, another important word, the fingerprint of the Ha-Shlush Ha-Kadosh, Kedus Selassie, the Holy Trinity, he who be, who he be, is the fact that the 3 parts, the commandments, the judgments, the statutes, which I command thee this day. Then just moving forward to some highlight verses. There's a lot here, a lot of good manna. Let's get to verse 17. Verse 17, Deuteronomy chapter 8. And thou shalt say in thy heart, right? And thou shalt say in thy heart, like if one would say, right, like my power, because I work hard, I do this, I do all the right things, that's why and the might of my hand have gotten me this wealth. Verse 18, 8:18. Take note. This is a wealth. People talk about wealth. There's like seminars. We have seminars and things about building wealth. Well, here it is for I and we. Here it is for the true Yehudi, is Deuteronomy chapter 8, verse 18. But thou shalt remember the Lord thy God, Yahweh Eloheka, Exia Amlake. Thou shalt remember the sustainer thy source. What's the command here? The commandment here is to remember, like with remembering the Sabbath, to remember. I mean, what does it cost to remember? What goes on when one remember? Calling to mind, he who be, who he be, thy true good, thy true God, for it is he that giveth thee power. Now, power, there's all kinds of power. Well, all kinds of power. The word translated as power in different contexts is different key Afro-Shemitic and Shemitic words. Here is like the ability. Here's the ability. It is he who giveth thee the ability, the source, the sustainer, the source of I life, to giveth I the ability to get wealth, that he may establish his covenant that he swear to thy fathers as this day, or with italics, as it is this day. Now we read that, but reading comprehension is important. We are to remember he who be, our Elohim. Why? Because it is he that giveth thee. In other words, read it like this: I remember Jehovah, my Elohim, my source, because it's he that giveth me power to get wealth, that he may establish, get this, his covenant. I say that instead of which, but anyway, it says which. But his covenant that he swear to thy fathers, thy patriarchs, speaking of the righteous patriarchs, as it is this day. As it is this day. Goes on in verse 19 to say, and it shall be if thou do at all forget Jehovah, the I, Elohim, true good, true God, and walk after the Hebrews, Elohim, Acharim. In Hebrew, Acher mean like after. Like there's a Torah portion, Acharemot, like after the death of the two sons, Achare. From that same root right there, we have the phrase of the Elohim Acharim, or like after gods, or like gods that came after, backward gods, because it's also going to mean like behind or back or afterward. If thou shalt, it says right here, serve, right? It says, and walk in the philosophies. It's going to give us the teaching of His Majesty, the philosophy of other gods, like the worldly democracy, right? Like the worldly socialism, schism. Like, the worldly, all these kind of ideas, even though they may purport to have some good sense, that's how the Amorites, because Amori mean the speakers, the talkers, that's how they get us. They make us believe, but they are actually other gods, other philosophies. Like what happened with Ethiopia. They turned their backs on the manifestation in man of the Holy Trinity, the Holy Spirit, in that man who is a sign in the sea of Gormawi, Kadamawi, Haile Selassie. And what they bring in afterward? They brought in Marx, Engels, and Lenin, another Trinity. Other gods, right? Walking after other Elohim, and serve them and worship them. I testify against you this day that ye all shall surely perish, as the nations that Jehovah destroyed before your face. It's interesting to see the condition of Ethiopia in this apostasy time. It's almost like 3,000 years, if you didn't know better, if you didn't remember, like it never happened, right? They are like other nations that Jehovah destroyed, right, before I face. So shall ye perish. Why? Why? It says, because ye y'all would not be obedient. This word obedient is interesting because the Hebrew basically comes down to hear. To hear. The sense in the Hebrew is to hear and to obey. To hear it and to feel it. To hear it and to feel it. When we say, you feel me? To hear it, and that hearing, to feel it, that you obey it, you carry it out. But because they would not be obedient, right, to the voice of Exabia Amlakacho, to the voice of Exabia Amlakacho, to the voice of He who be, their Elohim, as the careless Ethiopians refuse to be obedient to the voice of He who be, their and I, King of Kings. I mean, well, how do we know this? Because the word He says right here. Mature.
Have you a special word for young people these days? On this occasion, I address also all those within our empire. Our Christianity is not restricted to a given church, and I stress above all that we do not wish to make distinctions. My advice to all is to fulfill the 10 Commandments. You are aware of the contents of the 10 Commandments and can elaborate on it. If the nation for which I am the emperor follows and accepts this, since it's also what I accept and follow, I will believe our country is not only historically Christian, but also actively Christian.
See, we have the history, but what happened to actively? Disrespect. Uh-oh. You heard the word? The who? Jah is our shepherd. In case ones don't know. Yes. Who's the shepherd? Uh-oh. And David? And who? And David? Even little David. Uh-oh.
Good that you are here. Record this picture of me in my palace garden at Addis Ababa. People who see this throughout the world will realize that even in the 20th century, with faith, courage, and a just cause, David will still beat Goliath. They all will have one shepherd.
First Chronicles 29:1, a rhema word right here, right now word. Furthermore, David Hamelech Negus David, David the king, Negusu, said to all the congregation, the aggregation, Solomon my son, whom alone Exalted the sustainer have chosen, Solomon being the elect of God, is yet young and tender, and the work is great. Here's the key, what his master said in my palace garden. For the palace is not for man, but for the Lord God. As Brother Selassie said, they don't recognize His Imperial Majesty God in His royal palace, then they're suffering dead because they lose respect.
They lose respect. You know, it says that the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. It's more like the reverence, that reverential respect. The reverence of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom. Before David, here, Ake Becca, Von Benjamin, aka Midnight, but Ake Becca, here's the tune before David. Listen to the lyrics.
Yeah, before David Bathsheba, before Solomon Makeda, before Moses Zipporah, Vashti come before Esther, Jah come from Ethiopia. Anything them prime minister within the aptitude of Jah, Omri Ethiopia, in a archangel Michael, not matter how much God the dragon them cannot reach the emperor. Confound them Muta Baruka, the holy mountain of Luna. Give away heritage, Fewa, as better Israel Falasha, as every stroke of amnesia. Now the youth are chant Rasta. Family can't buy them no car, so them a innovate raga. Yeah, and again. Before David Bathsheba, before Solomon Makeda, before Moses Zipporah, Vashti did come before Esther, Jah come from Ethiopia. Anything them prime minister within the aptitude of Jah, Omri Ethiopia, in a archangel Michael, no matter how much clap them dragon have. Yeah, here and again. Study the earth and figure out Mamala. Too disobedient in a ya. I kill out the earth because of body used by Lucifer. Spark Rastaman burn the chalawa. Give smoke of offering unto Jah. Nobody got jack down your heart in a wrong that you project to your brother. Here and again. As I was winter left the summer far, I see the vision of the act of Jah, a flaming sword of fire, figure the garden equator, the whole world this generation, yeah. I got sight up the emperor, still I say I give I no power over, mental illusion in a red Ganja sativa ya indica, Rastaman a ride ya in a canter, I and I stand up whenever. Them try to crush ya and step over. So they want to in a my gear. Please don't bring that over ya. These are right people leave I share. Cause if I share I want to share. Here and again. Before David Bathsheba, before Solomon Makeda, before Moses Zipporah, Vashti come before Esther, Jah come from Ethiopia. Anything them them Prime Minister within the aptitude of Jah. Ethiopia, ya in a Archangel Michael. No matter much God them dragon confound them Muta Baruka. Hey, this is I bongo over here without Vatican interfere. To keep the precept worldly clear, without scatter out here and there, without stray out here and there. For the love I keep Jah near, for the truth I keep appearing. Yeah, try make David Kappa disappear in the field, tie out the mirror, and still be seen to so don't care, so aggressive out of fear. What does if I learn from Delilah? She shall keep the innocence of Dinah, and them still a fight over. Before David Bathsheba, before Solomon Makeda, before Moses Zipporah, Vashti come before Esther, Jah come from Ethiopia. Anything the Prime Minister within the aptitude of Jah, Ethiopia, Jah in a Archangel Michael. No matter how much blood them Jagan can't touch the emperor, cannot reach the emperor, can't found them Muta Baruka.
sabbatical study, consequences, if should come to pass, if you will hear, if we will hear diligently, Shema, hear, Israel. Here we have Ikeb, consequence, because of, literally like on the heel, connected to the name Yaakov, Jacob, Akab. We touched on that, touch on it again. Here we're at the third day of the Shabbat. Let's go a couple of days, third to fifth Aliyot, right here. Now we had touched on the content, so we'll touch on the content. I think we went up to day 4, right? No, day 3. Day 3 went to day 3. We have 4 and 5 right here in this audible right here for this sabbatical study, for this Shabbat
sabbatical
strong.
study, this I Rastafari sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong. Shabbat strong. Shabbat strong. Shabbat strong. Shabbat strong. Shabbat strong.
So here picking up with here we're picking up with Deuteronomy chapter 9. Deuteronomy chapter 9 verse 4 to Deuteronomy chapter 11 verse 9 right here. So here we have 3 aliyot right here. Today, third day, right? The 4th and the 5th day aliyot right here for Parashat Ikeb, for the Torah portion known as if, because, consequently, the consequences of hearing. Shema
Yisrael, give here. Here, the Shalishi Aliyah, the third reading here for this Shabbat Ikeb, Senvet and Dihim Yonah. Here picking up with the 5th book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called, in translation, Deuteronomy chapter 9. Verse 4 for the Shalishi Aliyah for this Shabbat Ikeb, Sabbath because, Sabbath consequences. Allah Tomara Bia Levareka Ha Hidof Yahweh Loheka Otam Mila Faneka Lemor Be'efidak Atia Heya Bihani Yahweh La Resheta Eta Haaretza Hazot Uba Risha Ata Hagoyim Ha'el Yawa Morisham Mi Paneka. Here for the Shalishi Aliyah for Shabbat Ikeb, Sabbath because of Sabbath consequences. And Dihim Yehonah. Speak not thou in thine heart. Allah Tomara Bi Elvaveka. Speak not thou in thine heart. After that, Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah, the I Elohim, have cast them out from before thee, I, saying, for my righteousness, Yahweh, Jehovah, has brought I in to possess this land. But for the wickedness, the ratchetness of these nations, Yahweh, Jehovah, doth drive them out from before thee, I. Not for the I righteousness, or for the uprightness of thine heart, dost thou, the I, go to possess their land, but for the ratchetness, the wickedness of these nations, these goyim, these international communities, nationalities, Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah, the I Elohim, doth drive them out from before thee, I, that he may perform the word, ha-davar, the logos, the word which Yahweh Jehovah swear to thy fathers, thy patriarchs, Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov. Understand, therefore, that Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah, the I Elohim, giveth thee not this good land, over Ethiopia, this good land, to possess it for thy righteousness. For thou art a stiff-necked people. Remember and forget not how thou provokest Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah, the I Elohim, to wrath, Bamidbar, in the wilderness, from the day that thou didst depart out of the land of Mitzrayim, out of the land of Kemet, out of the land of Egypt, until ye, y'all, came to this place. Ye, y'all, have been rebellious against Yahweh, against Jehovah. Also in Horeb, ye, y'all, provoked Yahweh, Jehovah, to wrath. so that Yahweh was angry with you to have destroyed you. When I was going up into the mount to receive the tables, the tablets of stone, even the tables, the tablets of the covenant which Yahweh Jehovah made with you, then I abode in the mount 40 days and 40 nights. I neither did eat bread nor drink water. And Yahweh Jehovah delivered to me, to I, 2 tables, tablets of stone, written with the finger of Ha-Elohim, the true good, the true God, and on them was written, according to all Ha-Debarim, all the words which Yahweh Jehovah spake with you in Hahar, in the mount, out of the midst of Ha'esh, the fire, in the day of the assembly. And it came to pass at the end of 40 days and 40 nights that Yahweh Jehovah gave I the 2 tables, the tablets of stone, even the tables, the tablets of Habrit, the covenant. And Yahweh Jehovah said to I, arise, get thee down quickly from hence, from here, for Amikah, thy people, which thou hast brought forth, Mitzrayim, out of Kemet, out of Egypt, have corrupted themselves. They are quickly turned aside out of the way which I commanded them. They have made them a molten image. Furthermore, Yahweh Jehovah spake to I, Lamor, saying, I have seen this people, and behold, it is a stiff-necked people. Let me alone, leave me alone, that I may destroy them, and blot out their name from under Shemayim, under heaven. And I will make of thee I a nation mightier and greater than they. So I turned and came down from Hahar, from the mount, and Hahar, the mount burned with a fire, and the 2 tables, tablets of Habrit, of the covenant, were in my 2 hands. And I looked, and behold, ye all had fucked up, had sinned, had upped up against Yahweh Elohim, Jehovah your Elohim, and had made you a molten calf. Ye all had turned aside quickly out of the way which Jehovah had commanded you. And I took the 2 tables, tablets, and cast them out of my 2 hands, and break them before your eyes. And I fell down, lifting Yahweh before Jehovah as at the first 40 days and 40 nights. I did neither eat bread nor drink water, because of all your uckeries, your sins, which ye had sinned in doing wickedly, ratchetly in the sight of Jehovah, to provoke him to anger. For I was afraid of the anger and hot displeasure wherewith Yahweh Jehovah was wroth, was wrathed against you to destroy you. But Jehovah hearkened to I at that time, at that hour also. And Yahweh Jehovah was very angry with Aaron, to have destroyed him. And I prayed for Aaron also at the same time, the same hour. And I took your sin, your chatiat, your uckery, the calf, which ye all had made, and burnt it with fire, and stamped it, and ground it, very small, even until it was as small as dust. And I cast the dust thereof into the brook that descended out of Hahar, the mount, and at Taberah, and at Massa, and at Kibrot Hata'ava. Y'all provoke Yahweh Jehovah to wrath. Likewise, when Yahweh Jehovah sent you from Kadesh Barnea, saying, Aliyah up, go up, and possess the land which I have given you, then y'all rebelled against the commandments of Yahweh Elohim, against the mouth of Jehovah your Elohim. And ye all believed him not, nor hearkened to his voice. Ye have been rebellious against Jehovah from the day that I knew you. Thus, like this, I fell down, lifting to Yahweh before Jehovah 40 days and 40 nights, as I fell down at the first, because Yahweh Jehovah had said he would destroy you. And I prayed, therefore, to Yahweh and said, Oh, Adonai, Jehovah, destroy not thy people and thine inheritance, which thou hast redeemed through thy greatness, which thou, the eye, hast brought forth me Mitzrayim, out of Kemet, out of Egypt, with a mighty hand, a mighty yad. Remember thy servants, Abraham, Yitzhak, Yaakov. Look not to the stubbornness of this people, nor to their wickedness, their ratchetness, nor to their sin, their uckery. Lest the land whence thou broughtest us out say, because Yahweh, Jehovah, was not able to bring them into the land which he promised them, and because he hated them, he hath brought them out to slay them Bamidbar in the wilderness. Yet they are Amika, thy people, and thine inheritance, which thou broughtest out by thy mighty power and by thy stretched out arm. Shema, hear. Give ear and hear Shema Yisrael, 5th book of Moshe, Hebrew book called Deuteronomy, chapter 10, and here for the Rebi'i, Aliyah, the 4th Aliyah for this Shabbat Ta'ikev, Sabbath, because Sabbath consequences, Senbet and Dihim Yehonah, Sabbath, and like this it shall be. Warnings and exhortations, and here for the Rebi'i Aliyah. Ba'eta Hahia Maria wa Elaya Pesala Leka Shnea Luchota Banima Ba Rishonim wa Elaya Hahara where Osita Leka Eron Ait. At that time, at that hour, Jehovah said to me, to I, hew thee 2 tablets of stone, like to the first, and come up and aliyah up to me, wa elai, into the Mount Hahar, and make thee I an ark of wood. Make thee to the eye Aaron Ait. And I will write on the tablets, the tables, Hadabarim, the words that were in the first tablets, which thou breakest, and thou shalt put them in the ark. And I made an ark of shittim wood, and hewed 2 tables of stone like to the first, and went up and aliyah up into Hahar the mount, having the 2 tablets in mine hand. And he wrote on the tables, the tablets, according to the first writing, the Sareta de Barim, the 10 words called the 10 Commandments, which Yahweh Jehovah spake to you in the mount out of the midst of Ha'esh, the fire, in the day of the assembly, when Yahweh gave them to I. And I turned myself and came down from Hahar the mount, and put the tables, the tablets, into the Aron, the ark, which I had made. And there they be, as Yahweh commanded me. And the Bnei Yisrael took their journey from the Erot of the children of Ja'akan to Mosera. There Aaron died, and there he was buried. And Eleazar, his son, ministered in the priest's office in his stead. From thence they journeyed to Gudgodah, and from Gudgodah to Jotbat, a land of rivers of water. At that time, at that hour, Yahweh Jehovah separated the tribe of Levi to bear the ark of Habarit, the ark of the covenant of Yahweh Jehovah, to stand lifnei Yahweh before Jehovah, to minister, to serve to him, and to bless in Shemo his name to this day. Wherefore Levi hath no part nor inheritance with his brethren. Yahweh Jehovah is his inheritance, according as Yahweh Elohim, God Jehovah, the I Elohim, promised him. And I stayed in Hahar, the mount, according to the first time, the first hour, 40 days and 40 nights. And Yahweh Jehovah hearkened to me at that hour, at that time also. Yahweh Jehovah would not destroy thee.
And Yahweh Jehovah said to me, arise, take thy journey before Ha'am, the people, that they may go in and possess the land, which I swear to their fathers, their patriarchs, to give to them, 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 to them. And here, Shema, give ear right here. Here for the Hamishi Aliyah, 5th book of Moshe, Hebrew book called Deuteronomy chapter 10. Here at verse 12 for the Hamishi, the 5th Aliyah for this Shabbat, Aikev, Sabbath, because Sabbath consequences. Senbet indihim Yehona, Sabbath, and like this it shall be. We'ata Yisrael, Mahyawa Eloheka, Shoela Meya Imak, Kima Le Yiraha, Etiowa Eloheka, La Leketa, Bikola de Rakayo, Ula Hara, Oto We La Ibroda, Etiowa Eloheka, Bikola Levaveka, Ua Bikola Nafsheka. And now, Yisrael, Wa'ata Yisrael, what doth Jehovah, the I Elohim, require of thee? Mahiyawa Eloheka, Shoela, Meya Imak. However, to reverence, to respect Yahweh Eloheka, to walk in all his ways, and to love him, and to serve Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah the I Elohim, with all thy heart and with all thy soul. We'ata Israel, Mahiyawa Eloheka, Shoel, Meya Imak, Kima Le Yirah Hetiowa Eloheka, La Leketa, Bikola de Rakayo, Ule Ahava, Oto, We La Eboda Etiowa Eloheka, Bikola Levaveka, Bikola Nafsheka, to keep the commandments of Jehovah and his statutes, which I command thee this day for thy good. Behold, the heaven and the heaven of heavens is Yahweh Eloheka, is Jehovah, the I Elohim, the earth also, with all that therein is. Only Yahweh Jehovah had a delight in thy fathers, thy patriarchs, to love them, and he chose their seed, their race after them, even you, above all people, as it is this day. Circumcise therefore the foreskin of your heart, and be no more stiff-necked. Circumcise therefore the foreskin of your heart. Circumcise therefore the foreskin of your heart, and be no more stiff-necked. For Yahweh Elohim, for Jehovah Yah Elohim is the Elohim of Elohim, the God of gods, and the Adonai of Adonim, the Lord of lords, a great El, a mighty and terrible, who regardeth not persons, nor taketh reward. He doth exercise the judgment of the fatherless and widow, and loveth the stranger, in giving him food and raiment. Love y'all. Love ye therefore the stranger, for y'all were strangers in the land of Mitzrayim, in the land of Kemet, in the land of Egypt. Thou shalt fear, thou shalt respect Yahweh Eloheka, thou shalt respect Jehovah, the I Elohim, him shalt thou serve, and to him shalt thou cleave, and swear by Shemo, his name. He is thy praise, and he, Eloheka, the I Elohim, that hath done for thee these great and terrible things, which thine eyes have seen. Thy fathers, thy patriarchs, went down into Mitzrayim, into Kemet, into Egypt, with 70 persons. And now, Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah, the I Elohim, hath made thee as the stars of heaven of Shemayim for multitude. And Shema, hear. Fifth book of Moshe, Hebrew book called Deuteronomy chapter 11. Warnings and exhortations continued. Therefore, thou shalt love Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah thy Elohim, and keep his charge, and his statutes, and his judgments, and his commandments, always. And know ye all this day, for I speak, not with your children which have not known, and which have not seen the chastisement of Yahweh Elohim, of Jehovah Yahweh Elohim, his greatness, his mighty hand, his mighty yad, and his stretched out Zoroah arm, and his miracles and his acts, which he did in the midst of Mitzrayim, Kemet, Egypt, to Paro, Melech Mitzrayim, king of Kemet, king of Egypt, and to all his land, and what he did to the army of Kemet, of Mitzrayim, of Egypt, and to their horses, and to their chariots, how he made the water of the Yam Suf, the Red Sea, the Eterabahir, the Eritrean Sea, to overflow them as they pursued after you, and how Yahweh Jehovah hath destroyed them to this day. And what he did to you by me, the bar, in the wilderness, until y'all came into this place, and what he did to Datan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, the sons of Reuben, how the earth opened her mouth and swallowed them up, and their households and their tents and all the substance that was in their possession, in the midst of all Israel, in the midst of all Israel. But your eyes have seen all the great acts of Yahweh, of Jehovah, which he did. Therefore shall ye y'all keep all the commandments which I command you this day, that y'all may be strong. Therefore shall ye y'all keep all the commandments which I command you this day, that y'all may be strong, and go in and possess the land, whither where ye y'all go to possess her. And that y'all may prolong your days in the land, which Yahweh Jehovah swear to your fathers, your patriarchs, to give to them and to their seed and to their race, a land that floweth with milk and honey. Sabbatical study, this I Rastafari sabbatical study for this Shabbat Strong.
I'm going to testify.
Shower me with love. We don't care for Johnny, no job. We don't care for Johnny, no job. No, Jah.
Shabash, the land flowing with milk and honey. Yeah, to ones who ask about the tune, there's a tune, the Black Uhuru, Leaving to Zion, speaks about how they took the lion off the flag, you know, how they took the lion off the flag, you know, to put the dragon, yeah. Just for one who had asked about that, just got to hear that question right here. Gonna go over these aliot right here. We have today's daily Psalm, Psalm 5. Psalm 5 is on prayer. I'd like to make a presentation on prayer. What is pray? What does pray really mean Hebraically? But right here, just with that milk and honey theme, this was from the 37th sabbatical study, Shalach. Send right here. Just some highlights here. Dennis Brown, I, that good land, Tob, Tobia, Tobia, the original name, archaic name of Ethiopia. You know, Greeks came along, heard people speaking, and you know how ones, you hear something in a foreign language and you try to make sense of it in your language. That's what they did when they heard Tobia, and then they said Ethiopia. But be that as it may, Toba,
if the Yahweh, he who be, delight in us, then he will bring us, I into this land, and give it us, and give it to I, a land which floweth with milk and honey. Only rebel not ye, y'all, against the Yahweh, he who be, neither fear y'all the people of the land.
Rent their clothes. They spake unto all the company of the children of Israel, saying, the land which we passed through to search it is an exceeding good land. If the Lord delight in us, then he will bring us into this land and give it us, a land which floweth with milk and honey. Only rebel not ye against the Lord. A land which floweth with milk and honey. A land which floweth with milk and honey. A land which floweth with milk and honey. A land which floweth with milk and honey within us. Then he will bring us into this land and give it us, a land which floweth with milk and honey. Through to search it is an exceeding good land. Through to search it is an exceeding good land. Through to search it is an exceeding good land. If the Yahweh, he who be, delight in us, then he will bring us, I into this land, and give it us, and give it to I, a land which floweth with milk and honey. Only rebel not ye, y'all, against the Yahweh, he who be, neither fear y'all the people of the land. For delight in us, then he will bring us into this land and give it us, a land which floweth with milk and honey. Only rebel not ye against the Lord, neither fear ye the people of the land, for the land which floweth with milk and honey, the land which floweth with milk and honey. He will bring us into this land and give it us, a land which floweth with milk and honey. He will bring us into this land and give it us, a land which floweth with milk and honey. Is an exceeding good land. Is an exceeding good land. Is an exceeding good land. If the Lord delight in us, then he will bring us into this land and give it us, a land which floweth with milk and honey. Only rebel not ye against the Lord, neither fear ye the people of the land, for they are bread for us. Their defense is departed from them, and the Lord is with us. Fear them not. All the congregation bade stone them with stones. The glory of the Lord appeared in the tabernacle of the congregation before all the children of Israel. And the Lord said unto Moses, How long will this people provoke me? And how long will it be ere they believe me, for all the signs which I have showed among them? To Moses, how long will this people provoke me? And how long will it be ere they believe me, for all the signs which I have showed among them? And the Lord said unto Moses, How long will this people provoke me? And how long will it be ere they believe me, for all the signs which I have showed among them? I will smite them with the pestilence, and disinherit them, and will make of thee a greater nation, and mightier than they. And Moses said unto the Lord, Then the Egyptians shall hear it, for thou broughtest up this people in thy mouth. How long will this people provoke me? And how...
Yes. Stand by. Right there. Yeah, Land of Milk and Honey, trying to bring forward this presentation. Let's go over the Aliot here for this Torah reading and feeding these three right here, but trying to present the screen. Just give me a little moment right here, brothers and sisters. We have today's daily psalm. We have Psalm 5. Now, Psalm 5 is themed on prayer. What is prayer in Hebrew? Does it have the same meaning as you say prayer in English? I'd like to bring this forward as soon as we can bring forward the screen here for the live stream. But stay tuned here. Let's just go over to give a first ear, today's daily psalm. We have Psalm 5, and its theme is prayer. Right? And Moses speaking about how he prayed this time for the Bnei Yisrael. Right here, today's daily psalm, Psalm 5.
Psalm 5.
מזמור למנצח אל הנחילות מזמור לדוד.
Give ear to my words, O Lord.
אמרי האזינה אדוני.
Consider my meditation.
בינה הגיגי.
Hearken unto the voice of my cry, my King and my God.
מלכי ואלוהי.
For unto thee will I pray.
כי אליך אתפלל.
My voice shalt thou hear in the morning, O Lord. In the morning will I direct my prayer unto thee, and will look up. For thou art not a God that hath pleasure in wickedness, neither shall evil dwell with thee. The foolish shall not stand in thy sight. Thou hatest all workers of iniquity. Thou shalt destroy them that speak leasing. The Lord will abhor the bloody and deceitful man. But as for me, I will come into thy house in the multitude of thy mercy, and in thy fear will I worship toward thy holy temple. Lead me, O Lord, in thy righteousness because of mine enemies. Make thy way straight before my face. For there is no faithfulness in their mouth. Their inward part is very wickedness. Their throat is an open sepulchre. They flatter with their tongue. Destroy thou them, O God. Let them fall by their own counsels. Cast them out in the multitude of their transgressions, for they have rebelled against thee. But let all those that put their trust in thee rejoice. Let them ever shout for joy, because thou defendest them. Let them also that love thy name be joyful in thee. For thou, Lord, wilt bless the righteous. With favor wilt thou compass him as with a shield, 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 as with a shield.
Today's daily Psalm, Psalm 5, here on prayer right here.
Let's pray. Lord Jesus, it is you who wakes me up every day, and I am forever grateful for your love. This is why I pray. You let me touch so many people, and it's all for the good. I influenced so many children. I never thought that I would. And I couldn't take credit for the love they get, because it all comes from you, Lord. I'm just the one that's giving it. And when it seems like the pressure gets to be too much, take time out and pray. And ask that you be my crutch. Lord, I am not perfect by a long shot. I confess to you daily. But I work hard every day, and I hope that you hear me. In my heart, I mean well. But if you'll help me to grow, then what I have in my heart begins to show. And when I get going, I'm not looking back for nothing, because I will know where I'm headed. I'm so tired of myself. I stand before you, a weakened version of your reflection, begging for direction, for my soul needs resurrection. I don't deserve what you've given me, but you never took it from me, because I am grateful, and I use it, and I do not worship money. If what you want from me is to bring your children to you, my regret is only having one life to do it, instead of two.
I would never give the power to a bald head. Run, come, crucify the dread. Time, Lord, oh, time will tell. Think you're in heaven, but you're living in hell. Think you're in heaven, but you're living in hell. Think you're in heaven, but you're living in hell.
Blessed be Ab, Ubu, Manfax, Adu, Amlak, Aman. Princess has come out of Egypt. Ethiopians now stretches forth their hands unto God. O God of Ethiopia, our divine majesty, thy spirit has come into our heart to dwell in the path of righteousness. Leads us. Help us to forgive, that we must be forgiven. Teach us love, loyalty on earth as it is in Zion. Endure us with thy wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to do thy will. Thy blessing to you, that the hungry be fed, the naked be clothed, the sick nourished, the aged protected, and the infants cared for. Deliver us from the hands of our enemies, that we may prove fruitful in these last days. When our enemies are past and decay, in the depths of the sea, in the depths of the earth, or in the bowels of a beast. Oh, give us all a place in thy kingdom forever. Selah. Let the words of our mouth and the meditation of our heart be acceptable in thy sight. O Jah, thou art the strength and our Redeemer, that liveth and reigneth in the heart of man.
Dear Lord, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, and the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. This I pray. Living one day at a time, enjoying every moment. Accepting the hardships of peace. I know I'm not saying that I want it, but he who trusts in the Most High, by his steps Jah will always abide. Jah love it surround me evermore. This my prayer every time I rise. Yeah, Lord, give me serenity to accept the things I can't change, and the courage to change the things I can. Yeah, and if in life on my journey I should stumble and fall, make me wiser than the man I already am. Yeah. Thanks for another day. Thank you for the obstacles, they're moving out the way. Thank you for the talent you give me, for opening up my mouth and express myself in a different way. Thank you for mama, thanks for dada. Thank you for the blessing where you show up on my jaw. Jah, your love is around me evermore. So every day my praise up for sure. Yeah, Lord, give me serenity to accept the things I can't change, and the courage to change the things I can. Yeah, and if in life on my journey I should stumble and fall, make me wiser than the man I already am. Yeah. Living one day at a time, enjoying every moment. Accepting the hardships of peace. I know I'm not saying that I want it, yeah, but he who trusts in the Most High, by his side Jah will always abide. Jah love, it surround me evermore. This my prayer every time I rise. Yeah, Lord, give me serenity to accept the things I can't change, and the courage to change the things I can. Yeah, and if in life on my journey I should stumble and fall, make me wiser than the man I already am. Thanks for another day. Thanks for the obstacles, they're moving out the way. Thank you for the talent you give me, so for open up my mouth and express myself in a different way. Thank you for mama, thanks for dada. Thank you for the blessing that you show up on my jaw. Jah, your love, it surround me evermore. So every day my praise up for sure. Yeah, Lord, give me serenity to accept that which I can't change, and the courage to change that which I can. Yeah, and in this life on my journey, if I should stumble stumble and fall. Make me wiser than the man I already am. Lord, give me serenity to accept that which I can't change, and the courage to change that which I can, And in life, on my journey, if I should stumble and fall, make me wiser than the man I already am. Lord, give me serenity to accept that which I can't change, and the courage to change that which I can,
Yes, give thanks. I needed that right there. But in the background, some technicals was thought that we wasn't able to present, the presentment right here, both for the Torah reading and feeding here, as well as for the theme. Let's bring it forward right here, Habarim. Let's say we go Tefillah, Tefillot. Well, actually, that's the plural right there. Tefillah. Tefillah is prayer. Then we have Tefillot, prayer. Also right here. Let's just bring this out right here. Okay, this is interesting. I'll touch on this here. Just looked up, prayer in Hebrew. They give an AI overview, but AI right here is correct at least. It says a Hebrew word for prayer is tefillah. So I thought I had tefillah there, but actually that's the plural tefillot. Tefillot, prayers, tefillah, prayer in the singular sense. This comes from the Hebrew root, the peh or feh, lamed, PLL or the FLL, the PLL, the peh, lamed, and the word lehit palel, right, in Hebrew. So it's lehit palel, right? Lehit palel. It means to judge oneself. Isn't this interesting? This is what prayer Hebraically means, to judge oneself. Tefillah, they say, has many meanings, Hebraically derived, including thinking and accounting. Thinking, accounting, contemplation, and also Hebraically in executing judgment. We'll get into the scripts and go to the root words. Now, to show when we say tefillah, people might say, oh, that's Yiddish, because they want to say, to fa la la la, something like that. No, you can do that, but it's not Hebrew. Now, see the difference between in the Yiddish, what they call Yiddish or Germanic, that's influenced by some Hebrew words. It says the word for prayer is davening. So you hear Yehudim, many of the modern Jews today speak about davening. So when they talk about davening, that is the modern Yiddish Jewish prayer is davening, right? What is davening? We'll get into that, but first here, for the Hebrew word, right? The Hebrew word for prayer, tefillah. Now, that's not our subject right here at this particular moment, even though we have today's daily psalm. Let's bring this out right here, Psalm 5. Yeah, the Hay Psalm, what's known Hebraically as the Hay Psalm. Hebrew alphanumerics, the Hebrew letters also have numerical value. The Aleph Beit numerics. We call it the Aleph Beit Hebrew alphabet numerics. So we have Hay, right? The Aleph, the Psalm, the first Psalm, the Beit Psalm, the second Psalm, right? The Gimel, right? The Gimel Psalm, the third, the Dalet. Interesting because we have the word for door, Dalet Psalm. And then here we have hay, right? Some say symbolically like a fence, like hay, but also the breath, hay. Here we have a morning prayer. Today's daily psalm, Mizmor Hay, it's a morning like a shacharit, like in the dawning, a dawning prayer, right? A dawning prayer. It is interesting because in the Psalms right here, right, Psalm 4, the Dalet, the psalm previous to, is themed an evening prayer, right? An evening prayer in relief. And then Psalm 3 is a morning prayer in distress, a morning prayer in distress, the themes of the psalm. So here we have another morning prayer or dawning prayer. But the question is, tefillah, what is prayer? Now, we wanted to touch on the aliyot that we shared right here. So let's kind of segue to this right here, more on tefillah as we move forward right here. But let's bring this out right here. Let's see if we can do this. Okay, so where's that window? Right here? Okay, so we're going to go to the wiki. We was grinding on wiki, the wiki page, just to get a basic overview right here. Here's where we had left off right here. We left off with the fourth reading. Actually, we left off with we read the first and the second reading, an aliyah a day. In total, it's known as the aliyot. So let's once again go to the top for ones who might not have caught it here. And this is a good general point of reference, right? Some of the technicals of the Torah studies. The Parsha, this portion here is from Deuteronomy chapter 7, verse 12 to chapter 11, verse 25 for Aikeb. Now, Aikeb is often translated as if, like it shall come to pass, Wahaya Aikeb. It shall come to pass if you will hearken to the commandments, like as a consequence of hearing. And also we get to counter the consequences of not hearing. So Aikeb, as we touched on before, Aikeb has a sense of, literally in the Hebrew, the heel, as a noun, the heel. In an adverbial sense, it can be like consequently. It's like when we say in English, it was on the heels of this that happened. Now you can see some of the ways that it has been transliterated into English. We will say that the best transliteration is the last one, the EQEB, even though we would put it in the English to bring out the Hebrew, biblical Hebrew tones as EI, right? Aikeb. The ayin is pointed as Aikeb, right? But we have Akab, the heel. Touch on that a little bit more, but the Parsha here is made up of 6,865 Hebrew letters, 1,747 Hebrew words. This is from an ancient way of keeping accuracy, counting the letters, counting the words, and also in what they call a kosher or proper Sefer Torah scroll, a certain ordering of the text. 111, right? 111 verses, 111 verses, and 232 lines within Sefer Torah, a Sefer, a book, a scroll, Torah of instruction. So we, the Black Jews of the line of the tribe of Judah, other Yehudim as well, generally read this and study this in August around this time, according to the Gregorian, or on some rare occasion in late July. That all has to do with the lunar solar, the calculation of time, right? Here in the traditional sabbatical Torah readings, where do we get this from? Michael wants to say, well, that's not in the scripture, that's not in the Torah. Where we get this from? Well, if we study, right, we see the time of the return after the Babylonian captivity. We can point to Ezra, or also in the apocryphal books, Esdras, Ezra, and Nehemiah, or Nehemiah. In the time of Ezra and Nehemiah, this trod. We find Robbeinu Yeshua HaMoshiach, also observing this. You remember in the Brit Hadasha scrolls, where Yeshua, he goes into that synagogue, right, that Mikorab, that Knesset of Nazareth, and he goes up to read. When Yeshua went up to read, we know that he went up to read the Haftarah, or what we call the Navim, the prophets reading. That's where he opened the scroll to Yeshayahu, to Isaiah, and he read. Now, what's interesting, we can tell around what time and season of the year it was from what he read, because we have the very same reading, even today. So this is that pattern that, for good study and comprehension of Torah, to study it in context, because there's many ones who are like the verses, just be on verses, And verses is the verses in the scripture, but always become verses. Well, I take this verse against that verse. Well, let's study it in context. So in the traditional Torah, sabbatical Torah reading, the Parsh, as we mentioned, is divided into 7 readings. These 7 readings, Hebraically, are known as aliyot. It's an ayin, so ayin is a hard A and aleph is a soft A. Aliyot. Aliyot come from Allah, not Allah, but Allah. So there's a difference between Allah. Although in English, if you write it down, they both look the same. That's where the confusion comes in. But looking at the Hebrew, there's the Allah, like to swear, to swear in that sense, the Allah, right? And then we have the Allah, to go up, to ascend, Allah. And here we have the aliyot, right? So 7 aliyahs are called the aliyot in the Hebrew Bible. So right here, we touch on the first reading, right? Deuteronomy chapter 7, verses 12 to chapter 8, verse 10, the first aliyah, or what we call the Rishon aliyah. Then we had the Sheni aliyah, Deuteronomy chapter 2, Deuteronomy chapter 8, verse 11 to chapter 9, verse 3, and the contents thereof. We had then went forward from the previous podcast for the Monday, second day of the Shavua. We had went into the third reading, right? The third reading, or the Shalishi aliyah, right? Which is Deuteronomy chapter 9, verses 4 to 29. Deuteronomy chapter 9, verses, right here, verses 4 to verse 29. Right, so let's go over that right here. Got a little bit of time right here to get into the psalm, but it's always good just to get an overview of where we're at, what's the content, the general themes, and then as we go forward in the studies, to open up the reasons, come, make I and I reason. So right here, Chabarim. All right, give me one moment, going into this portion of the service. Okay, so in the third reading, the Shalishi reading, third reading, so we say a aliyah a day, aliyah, a reading, a going up, a up offering, a aliyah a day. In the third reading, Moshe, he warned the Israelites not to believe or credit that Yahuwah had enabled them to possess the land because of their own virtue. In other words, reminding it's not because of your own righteousness. Right? Yahuwah was dispossessing the land's current inhabitants, the tenants. The landlord was dispossessing, the tenants, the current inhabitants, for 2 reasons. What are the 2 reasons brought out in the Torah? Because of those nations' wickedness, because of their wickedness, and to fulfill the oath, right? The oath that he had made with Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov. We say the Hebrew patriarchal trinity. Now, Moshe exhorted the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel, to remember how they had provoked Elohim to anger in the Midbar. At Horeb, now, Horeb and Sinai is interesting. Often they're spoken together. They say it's the same mount. Basically, it's 2 sides, the north-south relation, right? Horeb and Sinai. But here at Horeb, which often is brought out in the Hebrew to mean like solitude, also check out the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary to begin to get more of the Hebrew context of these words, what they mean, and also what we can say the metaphysical relationship, with elsewhere in the scripture and the central themes of Yahweh's word. At Horeb, they so provoked Elohim that Elohim was angry enough to have destroyed them. Now Moses, he ascended. Now we read in the Hebrew, that's the Allah. Allah is ascending, like to go up into a mountain. Also to return, like out of captivity, or return out of foreign to the Holy Land is to ascend. Because also we know Jerusalem, right? And even with the Israelites of Ethiopia, that ascension, the mountains going up. That's the idea. So Moses ascended, he aliyed up, he went up the mountain, and he stayed for 40 days and 40 nights and consumed no bread or water. At the end of 40 days, Elohim gave Moses 2 stone tablets that Elohim had inscribed with the covenant, the Berit, that Yahweh Eloheinu had addressed to the Bnei Yisrael. Another key thing that this covenant is addressed to who? To the children of Israel, the sons of Israel. Yahweh told Moshe to hurry down for the people whom Moshe, had brought out, Mitzrayim, out of Mitzrayim, the Tawi, the two lands called ancient Egypt, had acted wickedly or defiantly and had made a molten image. Now, we touched on before that this really had more to do with Moses. They trying to get symbolically have an idol, right, to replace Moses. This is why Yahweh in the mountain keeps saying to Moses, the people you brought out, the people you brought out. And then Moshe, when he starts to speak, he said, remember, these are your people, the people you brought out. I always wonder, like, why was Yahweh saying that Moses' people? It's almost like the people done gone bad. These are the people you brought out. But Moshe is reminding Yahweh the people you brought out. But it's because of that molten image, right? The molten calf, falsely called the golden calf, like the 10 Commandments, falsely called. It's one commandment. It's actually 10 words. Now, Yahweh told Moshe that Elohim was inclined to destroy them and make of Moses a nation far more numerous than they. This is interesting, too, because here we have another Hebrew Israelite and righteous Ethiopian connection. Check. Moshe started down the mountain with the 2 tablets in his hands when he saw how the Bnei Yisrael had made themselves a molten calf. What did Moses do? He smashed the 2 tablets before their eyes. He threw himself down. Lifnei Yahweh. He fasted another 40 days and 40 nights. Yahweh gave heed to Moshe. Now note this here. Previous Torah reading and feeding, right? The 45th, right, was Wa'et Hanan. Some say Va'et Hanan, Va'et Hanan, Wa'et Hanan. And I pleaded and I begged for grace and favor. Hanan, Wa'et Hanan. Now notice Moses, as we mentioned before, Moses pleaded, he bargained, plea bargained as a good advocate, for Yisrael time and time again. And this is the case right here, what Moses is saying in the 3rd Aliyah, right? That Yahweh gave heed to Moshe. And Yahweh was angry enough with Aharon to have destroyed him. But guess what? Moshe also interceded, pleaded, prayed for Aharon. Moshe, he burned the calf, he ground it in dust, he threw the dust into the brook, and he came down from Hahar. Right? Now, just a little bit more here in the continuation of the reading, still at the 3rd Aliyah, here the 3rd day. Moshe reminded the Bnei Yisrael how they provoked Yahweh at these places. These places are some very interesting studies of the name. What does Tabera mean? Tabera. What does Masa mean? What does Kibrota Hata'awa or Kibrota Hata'ava mean? Right? But they provoked Yahweh Eloheinu. So even in the meaning of these names, there is more that gives more of a 10D, a full definition to the scriptural Torah and the reality, of the word. And when Yahweh sent them from the Kadesh Barnea, another word to take note of, what does Kadesh Barnea mean? To take possession of the land, they flouted Yahweh's command and did not put their trust in Eloheinu. When Moshe lay prostrate before Elohim for 40 days because Elohim was determined to destroy the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel, here, Moshe prayed, right? The tefillah. Well, what is the tefillah? The palal, tefillah said he prayed to Yahweh Eloheinu not to annihilate Yahweh's own people. That was a big part of his what did he say, like beseeching, pleading the court, like in court, when you plead, right? Pray. He prayed, interceded, pleaded, right, to Yahweh that this is your people, right, whom Elohim freed from Mitzrayim. But to give thought, to remind Yahweh of the covenant, right, that he is the Elohim, right, Elohei HaShalush, the Elohim of the Hebrew patriarchal trinity, Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov. And to ignore, he actually asked him, Yahweh, to ignore the Bnei Yisrael, their sinfulness, their artfulness, their defiance. Else, on the condition that the Mitzrayim, the Tawians, the ancient Egyptians, would say that Yahweh Eloheinu was powerless to bring them into the land that Elohim had promised them. You know, when we go over that part, that's a very important part, both in what Moshe is narrating to the new generation and in the previous Torah portion where he actually goes through his, you could say his begging the divine court, as it were. You know, but how he arranges his argument. He actually said that if you do that, if you destroy them, what will the Egyptians think? Right? Not that Yahweh is powerless, but in order to plead for the Akfu Israelites, you know what I'm saying? Like in court, you know, like when the advocate or attorney, you know, makes a good point, you know what I mean? You know, based on the honor, you know, of the judge, the honor of the court. Now, the third reading and the fourth open portion ends here, right, with the end of chapter 9. So we pick up, right, the end of chapter 9. So now in the fourth reading, right, we pick up with Deuteronomy chapter 10, verse 1 to verse 11. The fourth reading, the Rebbe'i, fully toned, Rebbe'i, right, the Rebbe'i, right, reading Aliyah. Yahweh told Moshe to carve out 2 tablets of stone like the first. Remember, Moses destroyed the first, right? To come up to the mountain, right? To Aliyah up. And to make an ark. Make an ark, right? And Aaron. In Hebrew, the ark is called Aaron. Aaron. Now, the difference with the man, his name is, in the Hebrew, is Ahiron. 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 Ahiron, right? While the ark is the Aaron. Right, Yahweh inscribed on the tablets the 10 words, the Asareta Debarim, the Decalogue, right? That word, which is the commandment. So the 10 words we teach and we say based on the Torah, the 10 commandments is falsely called. That's a mistranslation in translation, right? It's actually 10 words in the Hebrew, but according to the scripture, it is one command, and we can show and prove that. So he was to inscribe these 10 words, right, that were on the first tablets that Moshe had smashed. Moshe, he came down, right, he came down from the mountain and deposited the tablets in Ha-Aron, right. In continuation of the reading, the Bnei Yisrael, they marched to a place called Mosera. Mosera. You know, we say Masoretic. Technology of this right here. Hint, hint. Right, Mosera, Masoretic, Mosera, that sense of tradition, right, where Aaron died and buried, and his son Eleazar became the Kohen, the anointed Moshiach, the anointed Kohen, the anointed priest in his stead. Notice that even when we get that part about Aaron going up to the mountain to die, we can see how the clothing and the vestments was very important in the service. According to the Torah, right? We get the clothing being taken off of Aharon and the vestments. Remember, for beauty and for glory, for tifera, right? And the kavod and tifera, and that will be put now on Eleazar, right? Now, they already are anointed. Another key thing about concerning the anointing, right? The first anointing before kingship was the priestly anointing, the service anointing. From there, they marched to a place called Good God. Good God, good God, good God, good God, right? Good God. And on to Yotbat. Yahweh set apart, right? At this point, he sets apart, separates Halloween, the Levites, to carry the Aron HaBarit, the Ark of the Barit, the Ark of the Covenant, to stand in attendance upon the tabernacle, the Mishkan, and to bless. They are given this authorization to bless, to empower, to prosper in Yahweh's name, right? In the Hashem. HaKadosh, Baruch Hu, Baruch Hashem, right? The Holy One, blessed be He, blessed be the name. And that is why Halloween, this is why the Levites were to receive no portion of the land, as Yahweh was their portion. This is a very important principle because it has to go with tithes, as ones and ones are becoming wiser on tithes, Right? There's no commandment to New Testament pastors and priests and others to take tithes. This was strictly something Levitical. Now, if one want to give, one can always give. It's good to give, right? The fourth reading and the fifth open portion ends with Deuteronomy chapter 10, verse 11. Now, the next one that we shared was the fifth reading, right? The Hamishi Aliyah, the Hamishi. The fifth reading, Deuteronomy chapter 10, verse 12 to 11 and 9. So in the Hamishi reading, Aliyah, Moshe, he exhorted. What is exhort? To build up, like you build up, encourage and build up. The B'nai Yisrael to revere, to reverence, right? We say to respect. KJV translates that word as fear, but in a more proper context is like to revere, to reverence Yahweh Eloheinu, to walk only in Yahweh Eloheinu's path and the way, to love Yahweh Eloheinu, and to serve Yahweh Eloheinu with all their heart and soul, and to keep Yahweh Eloheinu's his commandments. All right. Now there's a part, and we touched on it, I'll find that verse again. It actually says the commandment. This is interesting. It doesn't come out in the English very well. They say commandments. But in the Hebrew it says ha mitzvah, right? The commandment. And this there is pointing to the 10 words, Aseret HaDebarim, right? Pseudonymously called, right? Falsely named the 10 commandments. Now, Moshe noted that although heaven and earth belonged to Yahweh Eloheinu, Elohim was drawn to love their fathers, right? The Hebrew patriarchs, the Trinity, right? Ha-Shalush, the Trinity of patriarchs, namely Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov, as he is the Elohei, Ha-Shalush. He is the Elohim of the Trinity of those three. Right? So he's drawn to love their patriarchs, their fathers, their ancestors, so that Yahweh chose the B'nai Yisrael from among all people. Now Moshe, he described Elohim as supreme, great, mighty, awesome, showing no favor and taking no bribe, but holding the cause of the fatherless and the widow, and befriending the stranger. Now we talked sometime about the word chassid. Chassid from chesed, mercy, loving kindness. And then there's a term for like the saints in the Hebrew, in addition to kedoshim, right, set apart ones, there is the chassidim, the chassidim. The chassidim are those who have received of his chesed, his undeserved mercy, loving kindness, and favor. So when we see his attribute as man is created in the image after likeness, we should also reflect the attributes. So it says that Yahweh Eloheinu, he is supreme, great, mighty, awesome. Here, what does he show? Showing no favor, partiality, respect of faces, taking no bribe, but upholding the cause of the fatherless and widow, and befriending the stranger. This here is the essence, even in the called, chosen, and faithful Rastafari of the creed, the Rastafari creed right there, reflecting those attributes, created in his image after his likeness. Moshe thus instructed the B'nai Yisrael to befriend the stranger. We're instructed to befriend the stranger, for I and our ancestors were strangers in Mitzrayim, in the Tawi, the two lands called ancient Egypt. Moshe exhorted the Israelis. Yeah, I can say Israelis. If people say, oh, that's a modern, no, Yisraeli. Yisraelim, the Israelites, Yisraelim, in the plural sense of B'nai Yisrael, the sons of Israel, to befriend the stranger, but he also exhorted them to revere Elohim, to worship only Elohim, and to swear only in Elohim's name in the Hashem. For Elohim was their glory, who performed for them marvelous deeds and made them as numerous as the Kokabim. So Elohim made them as numerous as the Kokabim. What is the Kokabim? The stars. Moshe exhorted the B'nai Yisrael to love Yahweh Eloheinu and always to keep his commandment. Right? The 10 words is the core. Moshe asked the B'nai Yisrael to note that they themselves witnessed the signs that Yahweh Eloheinu performed in Mitzrayim against Paro, the great house. What Yahweh Eloheinu did to Mitzrayim, the Sabaot, to the armies, the hosts of Egypt, how Yahweh Elohim rolled upon them the waters of the Yam Suf, the Sea of Reeds, what Yahweh did for them in the Midbar, the wilderness, what Yahweh did to Datan and Abiram when the earth swallowed them, when she opened up her mouth. Moshe instructed them, therefore, to keep all the Torah, to keep the entirety of the directions and the instructions, to keep all the Torah. I remember Torah, often they say law, but that is not really an accurate Hebrew, right? That's also a pseudonymous. It's kind of false there. It's more instruction, so that they might have the strength. This is the key, that they may have the strength to enter and possess the land. So if you say, well, why all this study of the scripture and the Bible and going and learning these things? Because this is what Moses instructed them. Remember, their forefathers wasn't like the new generation became, right? And therefore they wandered to death in the wilderness. So Moses instructed this new generation to keep all the Torah, all the instruction, right? To observe it, so that they might have strength, spiritual strength, psychological strength, and therefore also the physical strength to enter and possess the land and long endure, and to endure, to be sustainable on the land, flowing with milk and honey. And it's here at this point that the fifth reading, and also a closed portion, right? And right here. So this is just a little overview right here, this Torah reading and feeding, just, to go through some of those things. There's more questions and answers, there's some details. But right here for this Torah reading and feeding, so basically for the new light, ones and ones can put in some study. What day of the Shabuah? What day of the Shabuah in God's calendar, in Yahweh Eloheinu's calendar, is Wednesday? What day of the week? Right? In Yahweh's, it's the fourth day, the fourth reading, the fourth day. So the Wednesday is the midway day. We could say like the heart, right? It's like the menorah. Look at the menorah. What does Yahweh says? 3 branches on this side and 3 branches on that side. Yes, Rastafari. So right here, gonna pick up with today's daily song.
I'm gonna testify.
Psalm 5. Give ear to my words, O Lord. Consider my meditation. Hearken unto the voice of my cry, my King and my God. For unto thee will I pray. My voice shalt thou hear in the morning, O Lord. In the morning will I direct my prayer unto thee, and will look up. For thou art not a God that hath pleasure in wickedness, neither shall evil dwell with thee. The foolish shall not stand in thy sight. Thou hatest all workers of iniquity. Thou shalt destroy them that speak leasing. The Lord will abhor the bloody and deceitful man. But as for me, I will come into thy house in the multitude of thy mercy, and in thy fear will I worship toward thy holy temple. Lead me, O Lord, in thy righteousness because of mine enemies. Make thy way straight before my face. For there is no faithfulness in their mouth. Their inward part is very wickedness. Their throat is an open sepulchre. They flatter with their tongue. Destroy thou them, O God. Let them fall by their own counsels. Cast them out in the multitude of their transgressions, for they have rebelled against thee. But let all those that put their trust in thee rejoice. Let them ever shout for joy, because thou defendest them. let them also that love thy name be joyful in thee. For thou, Lord, wilt bless the righteous. With favor wilt thou compass him as with a shield, 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 shield.
מזמור ה' למנצח אל הנחילות מזמור לדוד. אמרי האזינה אדוני בינה הגיגי, הקשיבה לכל שבעי מלכי ואלוהי, כי אליך אתפלל. אדוני בוקר תשמע קולי, בוקר אערוך לך ואצפה, כי לא אל חפץ רשע אתה, לא יגורך רע. לא יתייצבו הוללים לנגד עיניך, שנאת כל פועלי אבן. תאבד דוברי כזב, איש דמים ומרמה יתעב אדוני. ואני ברוב חסדך אבוא ביתך, אשתחווה אל היכל קודשך ביראתך. אדוני נחני וצדקתך למען שוררי, הישר לפני דרכך, כי אין בפיהו נכונה, קרבם אבות, קבר פתוח גרונם, לשונם יחליקון. האשימם אלוהים, יפלו ממועצותיהם, ברוב פשעיהם הדיחהו, תמרו בך. וישמחו כל חוסבך, לעולם ירמננו, ותסך עלימו, ויעלצו בך אוהבי שמך. כי אתה תברך צדיק אדוני, קצינה רצון תעתרנו.
Yes. Classic 12-inch, the Loxley Castell. Loxley Castell, what a great day. What a great day. That dub right there, that's a great tune. Loxley Castell, what a great day. So here, today's daily psalm, Mizmor Hay, Psalm 5, Psalm V in the Roman letters. See how they use the letters right there for numbers, Hebrew alphanumerics here. Mizmor Hay, 5th Psalm. Aleph, Beit, Gimel, Dalet, Hay. Right here. First 5 Hebrew letters. Aleph, Beit, Gimel, Dalet, and Hay. We have a morning prayer right here. So a morning tefillah. Once again, the Hebrew word for prayer, the biblical Hebrew word is tefillah. This comes from the root, the peh, lamed, peh, or fe, lamed, right? These 3 letters, peh and lamed twice, the PLL, we could say root. And the word lehitpalel, means to judge oneself. From a Hebrew perspective, you look up the etymology of pray, praxis, and as an idea of begging, right? But here in Hebrew, the tefillah, right, the sense of to judge oneself, lehita palel. This is the root term often brought out as prayer, lehit palel. Tefillah can have many meanings derived from the Hebrew, including thinking, accounting, contemplation, and executing judgment. Now, to distinguish the biblical Hebrew from what ones will get confused with Yiddish, because some Yiddish speakers, because of their mother tongue, when they speak the Hebrew, it affects the way the Hebrew sounds, you know? However, in Yiddish, right, tefillah is Hebrew, not Yiddish. The word for prayer is called davening. Davening. For the Chaverim, you know, go look it up. There's some very good, you know, points, so at least one can know what it is and can have discernment, wisdom, right? Because biblical Hebrew is Hebrew, not Yiddish. I think ones need to understand what Yiddish really is, you know, and how some Yiddish speakers, they speak the Hebrew and sound a little Yiddishy, you know what I mean, because of the way they speak it, you know, their pre-existing mother's tongue. But be that as it may, not to get into this much right there, but just as a point of reference, because we have right here morning prayer. So let's bring this up right here. Morning prayer, here according to the KND, Kyle and Delete, a morning prayer, a shacharit, tefillah, shacharit, like the dawning, like when the dawn comes in. Shacharit, tefillah, before going to the Beit Elohim, the Beit El, before going to the house of Elohim. So the tone of this psalm, Mizmor Hey, Psalm 5, is like that of the preceding. What is the preceding psalm? Mizmor Dalet. It's an evening prayer in relief. Mizmor Dalet. Dalet, the fourth psalm. So the tone of today's daily psalm, Psalm 5, is like Dalet, the Mizmor Dalet, the fourth psalm. And the circumstances are somewhat similar. The speaker is exposed to danger from treacherous foes and enemies, right? He offers a morning prayer, a shacharit, tefillah, before going to the mikdash, the sanctuary, the holy place, in that he and I expresses his and I conviction that Yahuwah Eloheinu, that the Elohim who hates, who repulses and hates or the rah-rah, or the evil, the hurtful, the harmful, the bad, will not allow wrongdoers to triumph. So the principle and the teaching of the King of Kings, good over evil, right? This is the Elohim who hates and repulses evil, that which is harmful, that which is bad, that which is unkind, the rah-rah. He will not allow wrongdoers to triumph. So the righteous, ha-tzadikim, may therefore rely, and in that sense, iritically speaking, deep in, upon him, upon him, Eloheinu, with confidence, with surety, always faithful, always sure. Now it's interesting right here because here's some of the more of the details, like to get in some of the details of the psalm as it connects with the previous psalm right here. But this is a more of a fuller study right here, touching on this. It's really interesting. I wasn't always into all of this right here, but then I get to recognize, you know, when we get the basic ground, the basic build. So let's get a basic build, the basic ground right here. Here, today's daily psalm. Let us bring up the compare scriptures. Start the KJV right here, King James Version, the KJV, side by side with the biblical Hebrew. So here, superscription first. Now, as we mentioned in the Hebrew, the superscription, the part like the small type before the first verse in the KJV Bibles that's not numbered, is often numbered as the Aleph. So the part that says to the chief musician upon Nehilot, a psalm of David, is in most of the Hebrew manuscripts, it is the first verse. So sometimes that would affect the numbering. So I point to a psalm and I'm looking Hebraically, I might have to say in this verse, like in the fifth or fourth verse, depends on what version you're looking at. So the first verse right here, Hebraically, is La Menatziach Il Ha-Nechilot Mizmor Le David. La, for or to Menatziach, to the Menatziach, to the chief musician, the presenter. In the New Covenant sense, it also has a sense of overcomer. La Menatziach Il, right, il, upon, right, or like to, right, to or upon, al, il ha-nechilot, il ha-nechilot, il ha-nechilot. What is a nechilot? The nechilot is often defined as wind instruments. Some say possibly flutes. It's in contrast to the string instruments that were mentioned in the previous psalm, Mizmor Dalet, where it says B nigi note, bingi note, on the nigi note, right? B nigi note, bingi note. Sound like bingi note, on the bingi note, the strings, the harps, the strings, string music right there. But here, we have the wind instruments. Let's bring this out to H5155 from Nechila, Nechila, Nechila. They say the meaning is uncertain here. BDB, Browns, Drivers, Briggs, right? That's one. And then here we compare this here with Strong's. They say a flute right here. Then it's the H2485. Let's go there right here from the Khalil. Khalil is a pipe or flute. Khalil. A pipe or flute, something that is perforated. Halal. Halal, you see, it means to profane, to defile, because the word to halal, right, to profane, defile, actually means to puncture, to make holes in it. You see the secondary to wound. It can mean to wound as well, wound fatally, right? But in the sense, the third, the PL, is to play the flute or a pipe. You know, the flute or a pipe has holes in it, right, to bore a hole in it. But other things that have holes in it are wounded, dissolved, even figuratively to profane something. So that word right there, right? But here it's speaking about a musical instrument right here. So the nechilot, the plural. Nechila, singular, nechilot. The wind instruments, likely the flute, the chalil. So just to touch on that right there, it's a Psalm of David as well. It says, Mizmor le Dawid. Mizmor, right? Mizmor, a psalm, a melody, le of Dawid. Dawid, the beloved, the loving. Dawid, the name Dawid has a sense of love, loving, from Dod. And we say the Wadada. Wadada is the connection Ethiopically. So that right there, that would be the first verse Hebraically. So here, from the first verse, KJV wise, to the third verse, we have the introductory invocation, invocation in word, sound. Here. Give ear to my words, O Yahweh. Consider my meditation. Consider my meditation. Right? Amarai ha'azina Yahweh. Bina hegigi. Bina hegigi. Here. Let's show the Hebrew here. Laminatziyah illa ha-nechilot mizmor le-Dawid. You see what it says 5.2? It says 5.2. That's going like to the Hebrew numbering there, just for ones and ones. That word right after, amarai, my words, right? My words. Amarai, ha'azina, amarai, ha'azina Yahuwah, bina hagigi. What do we have here? Give ear, azan. Azan is to listen, right? Azan also related to the ozen, the word for ear. You see where it's a verb here, we have this as a verb, right? Azan as a verb, it means like to expand or to broaden out the ear. One of the best ancient idiomatic, I love when Strong's does this, and Strong's refers to a lot of the Ethiopic, the ancients and its lexiconal roots, but it brings out the sense of the word, right? The spirit of the word. Azan, right, is to give ear, but literally is to broaden out the ear, because azan, the izin, the ozin, azan, izin, and the is, the ozin is the ear, the ozin, to broaden out the ear. The implication is to listen. You know, when one put their hand behind their ear and extend the ear like, huh, what do you say? And they put their hand behind the ear. That is almost like a verbal, we call it the Hebrew verbal hieroglyphs. So when it says right here, it says Amarai. Amarai is my emmer. My emmer. My emmer is my utterance. Right? My emmer, amar, my utterance, my word, my saying. It has a sense of something said in the sense of like a promise. Right? It can have that context right there. Right? My word, like my yea, and my amen. So give ear to my words. Amarai ha'azina Yahuwah. Oh, he who be, who he be. Consider. Bina. Bina comes from being. Right? The bait, the yod, the net. Being. The phonetics, I think, are off right there. You know, in the benin. It's not like benin, but it's being, right? It means to discern. It's a verb. To discern, to understand. But what the word being in Hebrew, in another pointing, bane, right? Not ben, but bane means between, right? Between. In other words, the idea to understand, right here, Strong's bringing out very well, being means to separate on the mental level, to separate. So two things similar, you can see they're similar, but you can discern how they're not the same. You can point out how they're not the same. Somebody who can see two similar things and point out the nuance of a difference, we would say they have understanding, overstanding. They have a good understanding. So this is the sense of consider. Consider actually is to like understand, mentally separate, distinguish, right? My meditation. He says, Bina Hagigi. What's the meditation? Hagigi. Now, Hagig, right? Hagig is like a whisper, murmuring, according to BDB, right? Strong's here, right? To murmur, right? To complain, the key words. Let's go to the root, the 1897. Haga, what does Haga mean? Haga, BDB says to moan, to growl, to utter, to muse, to mutter, to meditate, to devise, to plot. You know, like when you kind of like almost like speaking to yourself, murmuring, right? You're pondering, well, how did he say this? He said that. Well, if he said that, then that must be, you know, you kind of talking out, you're musing. I wonder what that means. Yeah, so that's whether, you see what it says, murmur, whether in pleasure or anger. The implication is to ponder. You know, you see somebody kind of talking to themselves and, yeah, oh man, I don't know. Yeah, that's what are they doing? They are Hagigin. But here, in the sense of Hagig, is the noun Hagigi. The E at the end now is like my meditation. It says, Bina Hagigi. Right? Consider or understand, right? My meditation. The unspoken prayer. What is the Hagig, the meditation, the Medi? It's the unspoken prayer, right? The unspoken tefillah that's in the recesses of the heart, that's in the recesses of the mind, the inner man. More probably, some would say that the word can mean whispering, because somebody, Hagigin, you know, they're musing, they're speaking out, they're murmuring, they're meditating, they might even, what it says, groan or, yeah, okay, you know, the whispering in that sense, the utterance that is inaudible except to Yahweh Eloheinu. Do we have an example of this? It's the action of Hannah, the mother of Shemuel, of Samuel. In 1 Samuel chapter 1, verse 13, we see Hannah, she's going through her Hagigin, right? Her Hagiyon, right? With her meditation. So this is the key word here in this particular verse, the Hagig, right? Hagig, meditation here in the sense of being Hagigi, understand, discern, consider, right? Consider, discern, to know with the mind, to distinguish. You see, to distinguish there. Have that distinguishing, that discernment. Discern what I've been muttering and meditating in my own heart on this and everything. May you separate, distinguish what I'm really saying. My unspoken prayer. A lot going on right here. Here, the bait verse. The second verse right here. Hearken to the voice of my cry, my King and my God. To thee will I pray. To the I will I pray. Hak Shiva Likola Shawi Malki Welohai Ki Aleka Eta Palav Ki for Aleka to the I, the Ka, to the I male and none other. Ki Aleka Eta Palav Et Palav to the I will I pray. Hearken. So here we have, remember in the beginning, Gevir, brought in the ear, Hazina. Here we have another word, right, in the Hebrew. The word here is Hak Shiva. Hak Shiva. Hak Shiva. Modern Hebrew, Hak Shiva. Hak Shiva. Hak Shiva. Hak Shiva. Come from Kashab. Kashab. Kashab is to hear, to attend, right? It has a sense of really, really paying attention. The verb, to prick up the ears. Prick up the ears. Hak Shiva. Lik'al, call, to the call. Call. What's the call? The call for Q, special K is the Q. Call is a voice, the sound, word, sound, right? The call, the voice, the sound, the call. Li'al shawi, li'al shawi. Modern Hebrew, they'll say li'al shavi, li'al shavi. In the modern Hebrew, li'al shavi. But we look at this right here, it's the shaw'ah. It's a shaw'ah, properly, shaw'ah. You know what that word is? It's a shout. Hear my shout, li'al, to the voice of shawi, my shaw'ah, my shouting, right? Li'al shawi. It's not the boo-hoo-hoo cry. There's different words for that. Shaw'ah, to cry out for help. My call out for help, to be free, to be freed up, like from some trouble, my shout. You know what I mean? You know, when people get in situations, they shout out. These difficult situations, why are you shouting? So it's a way of like freeing up, right? So hearken, hak shiva li'al shawi. Malki, my king. My melek is Malki. Malki is my melek, my king, my royal one. Malki Welohai, Welohai. So here they have the Elohim as a root word, but looking at the Hebrew, let me just show that right there. Where is it right there? It is right, these two attributes. So he says to Yahweh, calling he who be, my king, Malki, with and Elohai, Velohai, Malki, Velohai, Malki, Velohai, and my Elohim, my king. As a subject speaks to his monarch, right? As a subject. So Dawid is recognizing that he's a subject, and even though David, right? David, becomes king. He still addresses Yahweh, right, as Malki, my king, right? Yahweh said to Adoni, right? The Lord said to my Lord, Adoni, right? So as subject appeals to his monarch to right his cause, so I, a king, a melech, turn to the King of Kings, right? Turn to the King of Kings, right? The Melech HaMelakim, right? To justify, right? To vindicate, justify, to prove my truth, my righteousness. Malki Welohai. And then he says, here, Ki Aleika, right? He says, Ki Aleika, right? Et Palau, right? Ki Aleika et Palau. There's the et Palau right there highlighted. Let's go down here to I pray. Right, just due to time, we're going to just touch on this, but let's return on this word prayer, right? Because we said tefillah means to judge oneself, right? Right, thinking, contemplation. So what's meant by prayer Hebraically, right? He says, hearken, prick up the ear to the voice of my shout, hak shiva li'al shawi, malkiya welohai, kia leika, eta palau. I will palau, et palau. Palau means to intervene, to interpose, to pray. In the PL sense, it means to mediate and to judge, right? In the Hitz Pa'el sense, like the Eta Palal is the Hitz Pa'el sense, Eta Palal, like Lehita Palel, right, is to intercede, right, to pray, right? So intercession is a form of prayer. Strong's break it down right here, the Palal, right, Palal or Falal, officially or mentally. You see what it says? To judge how? Officially or mentally. The extension of Palal and prayer is to intercede and to pray. To intercede like praying for someone else, right? Beseeching, right? Judging, almost like advocating in court. Moshe does that well. He prays to Yahweh, right? He intercedes on behalf of Yisrael. The Palal sense, but that word judge, because there's other words judge, but this is in a particular context. Officially means according to law. Check. Officially, right? In principle means according to law. If there's a set law and you're doing something officially, you're doing something according to that set law, right? There. So the Eta Palal, will I pray, right? It's like, notice when Moses prays, he often quotes and invokes the words of Yahweh. He'll quote certain words in his prayer, right? You know, it's like, because you have said such and such. Do I ask you, I need this. Haven't you said this and this? And not I worthy of this and this and this? You know, even in your mercy, haven't you not said you're the mercy? You know what I mean? So that's, in that sense, what you're judging mentally, officially, you know, both to he who be. It's like prayer in another sense, the Palal sense is like I am here, you are there. How can I bring close this proximity? You know what I mean? By my word, by my mental thought, by my invoking even of your word, right? Now, here's an interesting verse right here as we get to the Gimel verse. Remember, we're in the first verse 1 to 3 right here, the introductory invocation. And here he says, continuing from the last verse, he says, for to the eye, kia leka eta palal. For to the eye, I will pray, I will mentally judge and distinguish officially according to your Torah. What I'm saying right here, my voice shalt thou hear. Now notice another word for hear, right? In the morning, Yahweh, in the morning will I direct to the eye and will look up. Now, this is very strange, right? But this is how we have gotten to know this right here. Will I look up? Right? Will I look up? So looking at the translation, that's what we see. But notice here that the word my prayer is in italicization. That means that those words are not even there. You check right there that the word my prayer is in italics. So the word is not there. And don't say unto, but it is to. Right? Unto means not. Un means not. Like unclean, undone, unkind, you know, all of the uns basically means. It's a little trick in the English, you know, that's why they call it spelling. You know, so we have to study. Even the Bible teaches us to study to shew ourselves approved. You know, when a foreigner come into another land or whatever, they're trying to learn the language and the law, right? So they stay safe. They stay on the right side of things. They know what's what. So we have to do and we should do, you know, the very same right here. But here, my voice. So here, let's bring out the Hebrew right here. Here, Yahweh, Boker Tishma, Oli. Yahweh, the order of the words is different. Yahweh, he who be, Boker. Boker is the morning. So we say in the Hebrew, Boker Tov. Good morning, the Boker, the break of the day, Boker. Right, go down here, the Boker, the dawn. Right, the break of day, the dawn. The Shachar is like the first light, but the Boker, right, the more fuller part of the day that we would call the dawn. Right, he says in the morning, Yahuwah Boker Tishma, you will shama. The I, male, speaking directly to he, you will hear, you will listen. Right, and if it's pleasing, you will obey, you will assent, you will give heed to what I'm asking you. Tishma Oli, Tishma Koli, 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 Koli. You will hear, right? You will hear my voice. So the word Koli, once again, the word Koli. You will hear my voice. Boker, Boker Erak, Erak. Boker Eraka Leka, Wa Ape, Wa it's Ape, Wa it's Ape. Now, let me bring out the better translation of this Hebraically for y'all. Compare what you see in the KJV. We go through the Hebrew word by word. O Yahweh, in the morning, the Boker, shalt thou hear my voice. In the morning, a Boker, will I order my prayer? Will I order to the eye? Will I order to the eye and will look forward? Will I order to the eye? Now, what he will order is not really brought out, but in the context of the previous verse, we know it refers to prayer. So they could put that, they put it in italicized, just like what you would put in brackets, just so that one would see the sense from the previous verse. But the second part of the verse, in the morning will I order my prayer to the eye. Boker erak, erak. Will I direct? I will arak, erak, to arrange, set in order, to arrange, set in order, right? Right, to row, to set in a row, to arrange, to put in order, right? Arak. So he says here, Boker erak, erak. I will order, I will set in arrangement. Erak. I will order, I will direct leka to the eye male. Wa atsape, wa atsape, asape, asape. What is asape? Asape? Asape come from safa. Safa, sapa. What does sapa mean? To look out, to spy, right? To look out, to spy, right? Sapa, safa means to lean forward. That is to peer. Like I will pre into the distance, right? Into what Yahweh will bring over the horizon, the horizon. The implication is to observe, to await. But it doesn't mean to look up. It means to look up in a sense like I would look forward. Like instead of looking down, I would look forward to the horizon in a sense. This is the sense. It's not like look up into the sky. It's a very interesting, as we brought out the word right here, to look out or about, to spy, to observe. This is the word like mitzpah, like a watchtower in that sense. I will look. So here in the morning, the Boker. Why the Boker? The Boker Tov, right? Good morning, Boker Tov, the Tov, right? Good, Boker. The appropriate time to offer tefillah, prayer, before the secular duties of the day commence. We have Psalm 59 and 17, 16, 17. We have Psalm 88, round about verse 14, 13, 14. Will I order, right? The Hebrew is will I order, right? The Hebrew right here, this will show one's the Hebrew right here. Will I order? This word right here from the Arak sense, erak leka, erak leka. Will I order to the eye? Will I order? Will I direct? The object having to be supplied. So they put prayer, my prayer in italicization to supply an object, but in the Hebrew there's no object. I will order, right? It might be my plea as Job in Job 32 verse 14. It may be my sacrifice. The verb being the technical term arak. The word arak is a technical term for the preparatory work connected with an offering. So understanding the Hebrew sense, the arak, this is the technical word, right, that's used in the preparatory work connected for offering. And it's not I will look up, but I will look forward, right? I will look forward. I will lean forward from the peh, where we have here in the Hebrew, boker eraka leka wa'atzapeh. And I will bring down the Strongs. There we go. Lean. I will lean forward. Like I will peer into the distance. I will like look ahead. What do we have here? To the divine aid, Yahweh Yireh, Jehovah Jireh, right? As the response to prayer, tefillah. I will look forward to that response to my tefillati, to my prayer. Micah chapter 7, verse 7 brings out this same idea right here. So here, we're going to segue right here to another section right here, to the next section, verses 4 to 6. Verses 4 to 6, y'all. Verses 4 to 6, right? 4 to 6. Yahweh is against the workers of evil, the workers of that which is harmful, not beneficial, that which is evil, ra'ah. So here we get to the Dalet verse, we get to the fourth verse right here, and it says, for thou, not an El, you are not a El, almighty power, El, right, almighty. Here we go down here. You see what it says, especially the Almighty. Thou art not an El Almighty that hath pleasure in wickedness, neither shall evil dwell with thee. So what do we have in the Hebrew? Kilo El Chafetza Resha. Ata lo Yegoreka Ra. Ata I lo not Yegoreka. To dwell with the eye, ra'ah, like the evil, like an evil man, evilness, that which is hurtful, harmful, bad, the ra'ah, that which is disagreeable, malignant, that which gives pain, unhappiness, that which is bad. You can see the different senses, the practical, applicable senses of this term that has become overly religiousized. See, it's evil in the sense of natural, morally, but it's the same as the word bad, the same as the word hurt, the same as the word, let's say, not beneficial, right? Beneficial is the good, and that which is not beneficial is the evil. So here it says, for thou art not a God, right? Ki el, right? For God, for ki lo, slicha, ki, for lo, for not, ki lo, el chafetz. El chafetz. Chafetz. What do we have? Chafetz. What is chafetz? Desiring, delighting in. Chafetz is an adjective, like to say pleased with, right? From the chafetz, right? The verb to delight in, to take pleasure in, right? To take pleasure in, to be inclined to, right? To be bent to. In the figurative sense, you bent, inclined to something, that means you must be pleased. You desire something. But here it says, Kilo el chafetz resha. Chafetz resha. Resha. What is a resha? Resha is like wrong, wickedness, guilt, right? But resha is interesting. Resha can also be defiance, right? Defiance is wrong, right? If you're defiant to a good thing, that means you're morally wrong, right? From the rasha to act wickedly, to be defiant. You see, in the sense of to be guilty, the condemned, right? The condemned, the different senses of the condemnation, to act wickedly or to act defiantly, right? To be, to do, to declare wrong, right? The implications to disturb, to violate. That's a defiant sense. So you are not a El, right? You are not the Almighty who delights. They say a God, but really more directly, you are not the Almighty, right? Who regards, right, in wickedness or takes pleasure in wickedness. Evil shall not sojourn with you. Lo yegoreka ra, right? What do we have here? Has pleasure in. El is not partial to wickedness. Is not partial to ratchetness, defiance. Now the ra can be ra'ah, as we have, can be as an adjective, but here, let's see, they don't bring it out here, but ra'ah, when we look at the Hebrew, can also be a noun. So in this sense, it's not just speaking just like evil things, bad things, but it's more directly saying that an evil man, a man who is ra, right, will not yagoreka, gor, will not sojourn, abide, remain, right? Will not stay with you. You will not show hospitality, right? Yagoreka, in the sense of to turn aside from the road, right, for lodging, right, to sojourn, will not sojourn. So here, sojourn with you. The qualifications of those who may sojourn with Yahweh Eloheinu, they are enumerated in detail in Psalm 15. So we go to Psalm 15, we get the qualification. Who will dwell? Who will sojourn in your sight? There's the qualification. So this verse here goes with that right there, and here to the Hay verse, here to the 5th verse of today's daily psalm, to get through this next section, the section that's themed that Elohim is against the workers of Ra'ah, the workers of harmful, bad, unkind, wickedness, badness, morally, otherwise, right? The foolish shall not stand in thy sight. Thou hatest all workers of iniquity. The note says, in thy sight. In the Hebrew, it's literally before thine eyes. Before thine eyes. Let's bring out the Hebrew up here. It says, Lo ayita yatzibu holalim le neged aineka saneti saneta saneta. I said this before, like saneta, but this is how words sound, right? Saneta, the eye has hated. Saneta. So I'm speaking to a man, and I'm saying like you hate something or you have hated something. Saneta, you have already hated. Saneta, call po ale awen, po ale aven, po ale aven, po ale awen. Lo yita yatzibu. The boasters, the more better bringing out is that the boasters, it uses the word foolish, but the holalim are those who halal. Now remember, halal is at the root of like hallelujah, hallelujah. That can mean to boast, to shine, to flash forward. We say hallelujah, to praise, to boast. So when we say hallelujah, it's to praise Yah, but what it means to boast, right? To boast in Yah, to make a boast of Yah, right? To commend Yah, to make one's boast, one's glory, right? And it can also have a sense of to make a fool act madly, like in boasting, to be clear. So here, this word also, as it says right here, in the clamorous sense, in the bad sense of it, right, is foolish. They like to rave. So the holalim are those who hallel, but they hallel in their own things, the man-made things, and the idols of their own hands. This is a graphic account of their conduct, a graphic account of the holalim, right? The foolish, the holalim, those who halal, right, unduly. They don't halal, they don't like halal to Yahweh. It's not hallelujah, but they hallelujah other things of the world, flesh, satanic, secular. Their conduct is given in Psalm 73, roundabout verse 8. Psalm 73, verse 8. They shall not stand in thy what? In thy sight. They shall not stand in thy sight. Lid neged aineka. They shall not stand in thy sight. Literally is aineka, like in thy eyes. Thy ayin. The ayin right there, the ayin. Shall not stand in thy eyes. Right? Will not stand in thy eyes. What we have right here, it says lid neged aineka. Then it says, thou hatest all the workers of iniquity. Interestingly enough, ISV that I don't agree with a lot of places, but every once in a while they have something right. The sense of it is those who practice iniquity. The word practice, not just work, because the Hebrew word pa'al in the Hebrew, one of the words for work, it means right here, it says to practice. You see, they are the doers, right? Because they do it, right? They do it, they make it right here. I'm going to highlight it for you right there. They do it systemically. It's like their practice is what they do. They do what they does, and they does wickedness. It's like a career of wickedness. It says, thou hatest, right, from the sane, right? It says right here, saneta, the I hatest. Saneta called po ale awen, po ale aven, modern Hebrew, the aven, awen, trouble, sorrow, right, to exert. The word awen is interesting because when it says their iniquity, it's like they pant, they exert themselves in vain. right? So that iniquity is what they pant and exert themselves in vain. You see what it says? It's basically nothingness, you know. So like they make a great effort, you know, they practice, you know, and they practice nothingness, and he hates that, right? That's why he said they should not stand in his sight. This is parallel to the previous verse, right? An evil man shall not sojourn with thee, and they will not even stand in thy eyes. Yahweh Eloheinu does not tolerate their presence in his presence. Here, the wild verse, right? The wild verse right here. It says, thou destroyest them that speak leasing. Yahweh will abhor the bloody and deceitful man, the bloody and the menstruating man, or the man of bloods and deceit right here. Thou destroyest them that speak falsehood, right? Te'abed dobre kazah. Te'abed, you will abad them. Abad, right here, abad means causing them to perish, destroy them, right? Cause them to blot them out in a sense, cause them to wander away, cause them to lose themselves. The implication is cause them to perish. Te'abed dobre are the speakers of dobre kazah. Now you see the KJV has leasing. The word leasing is kazab. Kazab is a lie. Kazab, right? A lie, untruth, a falsehood, something that is deceptive. Falsehood, literally, it's like an untruth. In a figurative sense, a kazab is like idols and idolatry because they too are falsehood, they're not true, right? So kazab come from the word, the verb to tell a lie. Kazab. Right? So when they say leasing, it's kind of interesting, ain't it? In the KJV, right? It has the word leasing. Those who lie, those who deceive, right? Thou shalt destroy them that speak like deception and falsehood. Te'abed dovrei kazab. Ish damim u'mirma. Ish damim. Ish, a man. Damim, a man of bloods. U'mirma, and mirma, and deceit. U'mirma. Ish damim u'mirma. Yita'eb. Yahuwah, Yita'eb. What is Yita'eb? Right? To abhor. Ta'ab. Thou shalt not abhor. Abhor, to treat as, it's a stronger word than hate. Right? And on another level, it's connected, but it's like to abhor, to detest something. Almost to treat something like, like someone say, ta'ab, yita'eb, like you say, you know, like something that's disgusting, to loathe, morally to detest. It says, yita'eb Yahuwah, that he who he be finds it disgusting. He therefore cannot be bribed with offerings to overlook the ra'ah or the rara of their lives and their liberty. Right here. Now this brings us here to the 7th verse, which is a verse, you could say, a part here in the studies, or say in the studies. It's this 8th verse has its own theme here that we have to zoom in on. This 8th verse here, well, in the Hebrew it's the 8th verse, and the KJV it's the 7th verse, right? His right to enter the sanctuary. Here he speaks of his right to enter the sanctuary with the words, Wa'ani beroba hasedeka boa beiteka. But as for I, Wa'ani, and as for I will come to thy house in the multitude of thy mercy. Wa'ani berob hasedeka abo beiteka. Then he goes on to say right here, in thy fear, thy reverence, will I worship, will I prostrate, will I worship? To worship in the Hebrew is to prostrate, to go down on the face, you know, to fall on your face, so to speak, the full prostration toward thy holy temple. Eshtacheweh ila hekala kadesheka be yirateka. Be yirateka, in the yirat, in the reverence. Be yirateka, in the yirat of the eye, in the reverence of the eye. Here, this verse here, right? The temple of thy holiness. Il Heikal, the temple palace. Il Heikal, Kadisheka, of the eyes set apartness. But as for me, wa'ani, I and I, ani va'ani, ani wa'ani. As for I, wa'ani. The Hebrew, common in the Psalter, it marks a strong antithesis. So when you see the but as for me, or in the Hebrew when it has this right here, the wa'ani, and I, literally and I, has a sense of, however, on the other hand, as for I, it marks a strong antithesis on the opposite hand. So you say, well, they do this, they're doing that, they're doing that, but as for I, and what about me, and what about I? Unlike the ratchet, the wicked, who have no rightful place, right, in Elohim's bait, right? He and I possesses the privilege for the reasons here being stated, for the reasons here. But as for I, wa'ani berob chasedeka, ani berob. As for I, berob, berob, right? In the abundance, in the enoughness, right? Chasedeka, of your chesed, of your loving kindness, of your gracious love, right? Or often brought down in KJV as of your mercy, right? Elohim had been gracious to him and to I and I, ani wa'ani, ani va'ani, and then ane. This is proof that he is not to be classed with those whom Yahweh abhors. So he's making a distinction here, right, between I and them, right? Them bloody men, them, right? The men of blood, them, right? Here. It says, in thy reverence, right? The yeratika, in the yera. Here they bring that fear, terror, fearing. But when you studying the Hebrew with the Hebrew, you see what it says of Elohim is respect. You see down there, of Elohim, it's respect, reverence, right? It's respect, reverence. You know, respect, as I and I say right there. You see what it says morally, moral theocracy, morally reverence, right? Reverence, right there, reverence, respect. So in your respect, right, he says, will I worship eshtachewet? I will prostrate, eshtachewet. I will shacha, eshtachewet, the root verb, shacha. Shacha, to bow down, to depress, to prostrate oneself before superior honor, before Elohim in worship, right? To prostrate, especially reflexively in homage to royalty or to Elohim. You see that right there? As they prostrate to Yahweh, right? They also prostrated to the anointed king, to David. So in thy reverence will I prostrate toward thy holy temple. Eshtachwe el hekalak adisheka beyirateka. I will bow. Eshtachwe. I will prostrate myself. I will bow myself. Eshtachwe. I will shacha myself with face to the ground. This is the posture of humble supplication, right? Humble supplication. And this is the context of worship. When people say, oh, you worship, they don't even know what the word worship means. It says a prayer and worship service. Do you see them shacha? Do you ever see them shacha at all? They did a prayer and worship where you pray, and then fall down on your face. But here it says, will I worship toward thy holy temple? So the direction here is what il heikal kadisheka, right? So we have the heikal. The heikal word for temple, the palace, the temple, right? It can be the temple, the palace of God, right? Of Elohim as king, right? So we use it for the temple in Jerusalem, but this word also applies to like the king's palace in the sense of like a large building, a large structure, right? So this, some people allege, the critics, look at this here. He says holy temple, right? They say holy temple, right? Hekal Kadesheka, right? The critics will say that the temple word for temple, Hekal, is too grandiose a word for the temporary structure in that which Aaron, the ark, was deposited. David deposited the ark in Sion, right, in a temporary structure, in a tent during Dawid HaMelech, David the king's reign. But this is also used of the royal palace, Hebraically. In Amos chapter 8, verse 3, Hekal is used of the royal palace and would therefore seem to indicate some handsome or beautiful edifice. However, in Psalm 27, the sanctuary, the Mishkan, or the temple, not the temple, but the tent-like structure is described as a Hekal. So to the critics who say it couldn't be David, this can't be David because in David's time, the temple was only built in Solomon's time, they are not understanding the full ramification of the Hebrew word, right? So in Psalm 27, we see the sanctuary, the Mishkan, being described as a Hekal, right? In verse 3, verse 4. And a tabernacle, a tent, as well in verse 5, verse 6. So in Psalm 27, the sanctuary is both described as a temple and as a tabernacle, right? So this proves that in the Psalter, the term has no connotation only of magnificence, not in the Davidic Hebrew, right? In the Davidic, the Yehudit of that time, temple. In fact, that tent that he had the ark, because the ark is in there, that little temple, that little tent is a temple, all right? Like when it says, why do we have two temples? Think about it. So right here, Yerat. Let's do the Yerat. Be Yerateka. In the Yerah, the fear, the dread. But in terms of Elohim, this brings out the better applicable sense of reverence, because there's other words for fear of other types. In reverence of thee. So the better and best Hebraically, right? In reverence of thee. Be-yirateka, in reverence of thee. Yirah being expressive of reverential awe when it's used in connection with Eloheinu, Yahweh Eloheinu, Ayanai Elohim. This is an additional reason why he contrasts himself with those who have no place in the sanctuary. His heart, his mind is filled with the humility and submission toward Elohim, Eloheinu. This verse has been appropriately selected for recital upon entering a synagogue or the Yehudi church, right? The Kehillah, the Yehudi church or the synagogue, right? Judaically, this particular verse, as we would enter into the holy place, Judaically, Hebraically, it's this verse, right, that has been selected. This is why this verse is an important verse, and we spend some time on this verse, has been selected for recital upon entering, right, the synagogue, the Moed, the holy place, the Hebrew and the Yehudi church. This verse, Wa'ani, as for I, Wa'ani beroba hasadeka, abo beiteka, eshtachwe, illa hekala kadesheka beyirateka. This verse, Wa'ani beroba hasadeka, abo beiteka, I will go into the house. Eshtachwe, I will prostrate myself, illa hekala kadesheka, to the holy hekal, beyirateka, in reverential awe and trust of the and none other. So right here, the temple, of thy holiness. Thy holy temple, Hebraically, can afford both meanings of thy holiness, thy set apartness. Here to section 9 to 11, the section 9 to 11 right here. Well, in the KJV, it'll be verses 8 to 10, 8 to 10, 8 to 10. His prayer, and I prayer to Salato, this is where we get the prayer here for vindication, for righteousness, right? Righteousness. The word righteous in the most ancient times, even the good is meant like truth, right? To be righteous, one who's in the truth is righteous, for vindication, being vindicated, made righteous or justified. Lead me, O Yahweh, in thy righteousness. Because of mine enemies, make thy way straight before my face. Right? Those who observe me. And so the Hebrew brings out, because of my enemies, because of those who observe me. Interesting. The Hebrew sense of that. Let's bring out the Hebrew right here. Here we have Yahweh. Necheni yabitz idkateka lima'ana shorai. Shorai. Here. Lima'ana shorai. Right? Hayashar lifanai darkeka. Hayashar, make it yashar. Hayashar, make it yashar, upright. Hayashar, or straight. Hayashar, Hayashar, lifanai, before my face. Darkeka, your derek. Darkeka, your way. Make thy way, thy derek, thy way straight. Make it yashar, straight, level, right? Lifanai, before my face, my panim. Here, the prayer for vindication. Lead me in thy righteousness. Yahweh, necheni, from nacha, to lead, to guide, right? To lead, to guide. The implication is to transport, the nacha sense. Other words can also have a similarity in translation of lead, but this lead is like the guide in a sense of transport, right? You see what it says, transport into exile, or as colonists, or transport me out of a certain situation, like transporting the Israelites out of Mitzrayim in that sense. Here he says, lead me, necheni, right? Ani, lead me, necheni, bitzidkateka, in the eyes tzedakah, in the eyes justice, the eyes righteousness, right? In the eyes the attribute. Righteousness, tzedek, is the attribute of Yahuwah, right? It's righteousness in the case, righteousness in the cause, and it has a sense. The word righteous in the Hebrew, in the root sense, has a sense of truth, right? Truthfulness, like innocence in a truthful sense. What's ethically right. You see the vindication connection right here. It also has the implied sense of prosperity, right? So here we have the tzedakah. Tzedakah also in Hebrew is charity, or to say righteous giving. But here, lead I in with your righteous giving, with your innocence, your truth, your righteousness. Yahuwah necheni b'sidkateka lima'an shorai. Lima'an, because of shorai, my shorar. Now here, this means to be an enemy. This means to be like active, only active as an opponent. But here, there's something that was brought out here, is the note right here. Hebrew, those who observe me. When we go deep into Hebrew, can have a sense of those who lie in wait for me. They watch and they wait. As thou art at the El, the Almighty, of righteousness, vindication, keep me steadfast in the right path, in the way, the truth, and the life, in the way. Because of them that lie in wait, right? There's also the sense of those who lie in wait. They're observing, they're watching, they're peeping, they're lying in wait for the opportunity. What we have right here for that opportunity, lima'an shorarai, Shorai. What do we have here? Opposed or downposed by unscrupulous men, Rishaim, the ratchet, he and I might be tempted to resort to their methods. We might be tempted to resort to their methods in self-defense. So here the tefillah, tefilato, his prayer, his tefillah here, and I is accordingly to be confirmed in the righteous way, in the righteous way, right? Make thy way straight. Make thy way yashar, hayashar, lifanai darkeka, hayashar, make straight lifanai darkeka. Now, appreciating the difficulty of keeping to Yahweh's way. This is one thing that Dawid shows our man after Yahweh's own heart. The difficulty of keeping to he who be's way, right? The truth, the life, especially in time of danger, right? He and I begs that it be made straight, Yashar, right? Hayashar, that it be made level. You see what it says, to be made level, right? Bring it down, to be made agreeable, straightforward, straight, smooth. Let's go down to Strong's. Be straight, be even, right? Be straight to be even, and therefore, in the figurative sense, causatively, to be pleasant, and therefore prosperous. Appreciating the difficulty of keeping to Yah's way in a time of danger, he and I begs that it be made yashar for him and for I, level. The best meaning of this is like level. This is a way of asking Yahuwah for his guidance to level up, right? For one's way to be level, right? With the obstacles, therefore, removed. Every high place brought down, every low place brought up. Be level. Right here. Beautiful verse right here. Yahuwah necheni besukateka lima'an shorai hayashar lifanai darkeka. We have Yeshaya, Isaiah chapter 40, round about verse 4, for a point of reference for this verse right here, to the 8th verse, right, to the 9th verse right here, at the 9th verse, for there is no faithfulness in their mouth. Remember, this is a section where he's praying, and we're praying for vindication. For no faithfulness in their mouth, their inward part, very wickedness. Their throat, an open sepulcher. They flatter with their tongue. Now you see you got note there. Let's look at the notes. Faithfulness, steadfastness. Right? Bringing out the Hebrew kun. Right? There's no steadfastness. Here, their mouth, in the Hebrew, it has his mouth. That is the mouth of any one of them. So it says his mouth, but it's like his mouth, just like the mouth of any one of them. And the Hebrew doesn't really have very much. It doesn't have very, but it's basically wickedness. The translator taking certain, one might say, liberties right there. Ki ein befihu. Ki ein befihu nechona. Kerbam hawot. Keber patuach. Geronama lishonama yahalikun. Yehalikun. A more better translation of this verse here would be that there is no sincerity in their mouth. Ki ain. Remember the ain? Ain. There is not. Ki ain befihu. In their fat, in their pet, in their mouth. Well, actually in his mouth. Fi, mouth, hu. His, befihu, in his mouth. For there is not, doesn't exist in his mouth. Ki ein fihu nikona. There doesn't exist nikona. Now that's from the kun sense, the root word nikona. In Hebrew, if a brother says say something that's correct, I might say nachon etzet, nachon etzet, nachon means like it is right, it is sincere. So the more ideas like sincerity. There is no sincerity in his mouth, right? Remember he's speaking about them. Then he says here, he says kerbam, Kerbam, their inward part, Havuot or Hawuot. So here use the word Hawa or Hava, desire in the bad sense, a chasm. The better Hebrew bringing out of this part of the verse is their inward part, Kerbam. That which is the inward is the Kareb, the midst, right? The inner part, the Kareb, where the seat of our thoughts, emotions, the Kareb, the entrail of the animal, the Kareb, the nearest part that is like to the center, the Kareb. So Kerbam, in their inward part, Havuot. There is engulfing ruin, there's a chasm. More better translation, the inward part is a yawning gulf, a chasm, like from coveting and rushing. But what's interesting is the word here, Hawot, when pronounced in like a more modern Hebrew sense, it sounds like havoc. Kerbam Havot, like this havoc, their inward part. When they devise their schemes, right? When they devise their schemes, it is like a pit into that their intended victims fall to destruction. That's why it says that in his mouth, there is no sincerity or faithfulness, right? Faithfulness. It's like with Psalm 28, round about verse 2, verse 3, when it says they speak peace, shalom with their neighbors, but ra'ah, but hurt, harm, bad is in their hearts, is in their minds. That's why it says kerbam, their inward part, right, is havuot. They devise their schemes, right, like a pit, like a trap, right, like a gulf, a gap for their intended victims, their sacrifices, their victims to fall to destruction. Then it says their throat is an open sepulcher. Their throat, keber patuach. Keber, the keber is the burial place, the keber and the kivra, like the kivrot hata'awa, right, the grave. This is the literal word for the grave. This is the word for the grave, kabar, because kabar means to bury, right? And the keber, right, and the kivra, right, in two forms, keber, kivra. Kivra is the grave, the sepulcher. So what is it saying? It's saying that keber patuach, right? Keber, grave, patuach, that's patach, that is open, patuach. So patuach, to say it's open. This is the root verb patach, to open, right? Keber patuach, an open sepulcher, right? Geronam, go back. Geronam, the garon. Garon is throat. The neck, the throat is the garon. So when it says geronam, their throat, right? Their throat is that open, right? That open grave. It's an open grave. Lishonam, their tongue, right? Their tongue, their lashon. Lishonam, their tongue, right? Their lashon, right? Their lishona. Lishonam, right? Yechalikun. Chalak means to be smooth, but it has a sense of to divide, like if you portion a shear. But let's go further down here so you can see the strongs. The secondary is to be smooth, slippery, right? To be smooth, slippery. It also means like to apportion like a shear, like lots, in that sense, to be smooth figuratively, right? By implication as a smooth stone. You know the stones used for lots? When they do lots, like some say rolling the dice, like smooth stones. That was to portion, halak, in one sense to portion, separate. But in this sense, yechalikun is saying that their tongue is smooth. They got a smooth tongue, a slippery tongue. Their throat, an open sepulcher. The words they utter lure the unweary and the unlearned to their doom, prepared for them. Right here. Let's get to the 10th verse. I know we're pushing it here. Give thanks, brothers and sisters. The Yod verse right here, the Yud verse. Destroy thou them O Elohim. Let them fall by their own counsels, cast them out in the multitude of their transgressions, for they have rebelled against it. Interesting how Dawid says that. He's calling on Yahweh Eloheinu to be a destroyer. He's saying, destroy them. He's calling for Yahweh to be a causer to fall, to have them fall by their own counsels, and to cast them out in the multitude of their transgressions. But notice how he sums it up in the last verse. For they have rebelled against it. You know, it's not personal. Destroy. But the Hebrew is different. The Hebrew is different. You see what the Hebrew says? Destroy. It says make them guilty. Right? Make them guilty. Right? Ha'ashemaim. 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 Make them guilty. Here we have ha'ashemaim. This word right here. Ha'ashemaim Elohim. Make them guilty. Elohim. Declare them guilty. Because the root word right here is asham. Asham, Ashem, as a verb to offend, to be guilty. Asham. Right? The asham. It's the guilt. Is what they call a guilt offering, the trespass offering, the asham, the punishment, right? The asham, like in court, right? Hebraically, somebody's that's like the guilt there. Declare them guilty. So the more better right here is not destroy thou them. See, when we read the English, say, why is he calling on Yahweh to be a destroyer? He's calling on him to make them guilty. Ha'ashemaim, ha'ashemaim Elohim. Right, Hashemaim Elohim, right, cause them, right, to be guilty. And then he goes on to say right here, he says, Yiplu, cause them to nafal, cause them to fall, nafal, Yiplu, let them fall, right, Yiplu, Mia, mo it's otehem, Mia mo it's otehem. Miyamo itzotehem beroba pishehem hadehemo akiya maru bak. Now he says a few things here. Let's break this down. Right. First part is not destroy. It's not destroy them. It's to asham them. Right. To render your verdict. Asham. Right. Asham. Right. The he feel sense. You see the he feel sense. That's where you see right there the ha'ashemaim. Ha'ashemaim is to declare them guilty. The he feel sense of asham. He feel sense of asham. Ha'ashemaim. Ha'ashemaim. Declare them and hold them guilty. If they are condemned by Yahweh Eloheinu, then their plots must fall. And punishment or judgment, right, the execution of the judgment must overtake them. Then he says to let them fall, ayipalua miya mo'itzotehem. Let them fall by their own mo'etza. Mo'etza. The mo'etza in the singular sense, mo'etza is a plan, a counsel, a plan bringing out the strong like a purpose. Right? Mo'etza. Here we have the plural sense. Me from mo'atzotehem. Me mo atzotehem. So what it's saying here is like let them fall from their purposes. Literally, let them fall from their purposes. Let them fall from their mo'etza in the plural sense of mo'itzotehem, hem belonging to them. Yipalua miya mo'itzotehem. Let them fall from their own counsels, their own devices, their own purposes. Make them be the cause of their own undoing, is what he's saying. By falling into the pit that they have dug for the innocent, the tzaddik, the tzaddikim, the righteous, the innocent. Cast them out. Cast them out in the multitude of their transgressions. In the Hebrew sense, it's kind of the word order is different. Berobe, in the robe. What is robe? Robe is multitude. Berobe. In the numerousness, berobe. In the abundance, berobe. Pishahem of their pesha. Pesha is transgression but more correctly, appropriately, it's rebellion. It's rebellion, right? Pesha is rebellion, right? The pesha is revolt. You see right there, Strong's bringing out, it's revolt, right? So it says, in the abundance, enoughness, the roba pisha ahem, in the abundance of their rebellion, right? Their rebelliousness, their transgressions that are rebellions, right? Hadechemo, 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 cast them out, nadach, nadach, nadach them, hadechemo, hadechemo. Right, here we have it right here, hadechemo, right? It's the he filled sense of thrust, compel them, to thrust them out, to banish them, to thrust them aside, right? Right here, here, here. From their position of influence, because in Dawid's case, you deal with a lot of influential ones and ones. From their position of influence, right? From their position of influence, so that they cannot work any rah-rah, right? Any mischief, any hurt, any harm. But he sums up so beautifully here in the last part of this 1, 2, 3, 4-part verse. The verse can be broken down into parts, you know, like even music, you know, like verses of song, you know, bars even. You got like these 4 parts right here. In the last, the 4th of it, he says, for they have rebelled against thee. For they have rebelled against thee. Ki maru bak. Ki for maru. Maru. What is maru? Maru is to be embittered from mara. Mara. The H4784. To be contentious, to be rebellious, refractory, disobedient. Now all this is as it is used, right, in a different sense of the Hebrew, but then going down to Strong's, it says to be, to make bitter. So the word mara literally means to be bitter or unpleasant. You can see in the figurative sense, embitterment, right, unpleasantness often leads to rebellion, right, or resisting. In a causative sense is to provoke, like to make somebody bitter, right? So the sense here of rebelling comes from the root Hebrew idea, the mara idea in ki for maru. Maru, they are embittered. They are rebelled. They have rebelled. They have become embittered bak, against the I. Plotting against Hamelech. What Dawid is saying is that they're plotting against, I am your anointed king. Did you not send Shemuel? You know, and the horn of oil, you know, and therefore they are rebelling against I, the king, right? Yahweh's anointed, Yahweh's Moshiach, Meshicho, right? In rebelling against the Melech, the king, right? Or even the king of kings, right? Yahweh's anointed, right? This is rebellion against him, right? So what David is saying, he's showing the rebellion that was against him in this psalm, according to the historical context of today's daily psalm, but he's proven a point that rebellion against the king, the duly anointed king, is rebellion against Yahweh Elohim. So right here, so when he says they have rebelled against thee, the implication is that plotting against the king, right, who is Yahweh's anointed Moshiach, right, or Mashiach, his anointed, is rebellion against Yahweh himself. Right here, the Yod Aleh first. Now, here we have verses 11 to 12, these last 2 verses right here. Last two verses right here. The joy of the tzaddikim, of the righteous, the vindicated ones. The joy. So after that which has been said already here, coming to the joy, right? The joy of the righteous. But let all those, or make all those who put their trust in thee rejoice. May they ever shout for joy, because thou defendest them. May they also that love thy name be joyful in the eye and none other. Right here, because thou defendest them, because thou coverest over. So in the Hebrew sense, because thou coverest over, or protectest them, right? Sakak, right? To hedge about, sakak, to block, to overshadow, to screen them, right? You screen them, You like intertwine as a screen. The implications, you fence them, you cover over them. In the figurative use, that's like to say you protect them. But here, let's bring down the Hebrew right here. It says, where yismechu, where and yismechu, may they samach, rejoice. Yismechu akol chosei bak. May all of those who chosei, the trusters of, who chasa, who seek refuge, who flee to the eye for protection. In the sense, this means like to put trust in Yahweh Eloheinu, to confide, to hope, bringing this down here, to flee for protection, figuratively to confide in, right? Jose Bak, all those who trust in thee, who confide in thee. We Yismechua call all Jose Bak in the eye, Le Olam, forever, Yeranein, Le Olam, forever, right? Here we have the sense of like forever. They shall ever, forever, to time indefinite. Le Olam, let them, Olam, Le Olam, forever, right? To time out of mind, right? Time. Forever is an interesting word Hebraically, right? It means like to the concealed, something that's concealed, vanishing point, has a sense of time out of mind. It could be time past or time future. We always think of forever to be forever future, but according to the Hebrew, forever can be forever past. But it has a sense of time indefinite, right? The sense of time indefinite. Le olam yeraneinu. Le olam, forever yeraneinu. They will ranan, right? They will overcome. They will cry out, shout out, ring out for joy, right? Here, like singing and ringing in joyous tones, that shout, usually for joy, right? They shall ever shout for joy. And thou shalt shout to them, right? Here it says, because thou defendest them. With tasek, alemo, with tasek, because you sakak, right? Tasek. Now, this is the verb, right? When we go to the verbs here, it's just like the basic groundational form. When we're reading from the Torah here, it's in the direct form. So sakak, putting it in the sense of I'm saying to a male that you do that. You block over, you overshadow. With tasek, alemo, upon them. You defend like upon them, or above and upon them, alemo. With ya ilsu, with ya ilsu beka, with ya ilsu beka. Interesting right here. With ya ilzu, to alat, right? To alat. It's like to exalt, to rejoice, but literally it's to jump for joy, right? Jump for joy. It's like saying, let them also that love thy name, exalt in thee, right? In the sense, in the Hebrew, let them jump for joy. Let them jump for joy in the eye. Ahabe shemeka. Ahave shemka. Ahabe, those who ohav, those who love the eye, let them jump for joy. So when it says joyful son, you see joy up in the other part of the verse. It's a nuance here, right? Let them shout for joy, like singing and ringing out. And those who love thy name, let them like jump for joy. Let them jump for joy. So what do we have in these verses right here, right? There's some differences, of course. We pointed that out. Here we have the joy of the righteous. With the overthrow of the wicked, the ratchet, the defiant ones, peace and security will reign in the land. It's a principle. With the overthrow of the wicked, peace and security again rules and reigns in the land. Hearts and minds overflow with joy. right? Jumping for joy and happiness, singing and ringing and shrilling tones, and thankfulness and Toda. Those that love thy name, those who love thy name, those who love thy name, O Habe, the lovers of Shemekah, of thy Shem, of the Hashem, O Habe Shemekah, of the I male name. Those who pay allegiance to Yahweh Eloheinu, and those who are faithful, right? Faithful to his will. Ritzono. Here for the final verse right here, today's daily psalm is Morhe, a morning prayer, the Yod Beit, the 12th verse right here. For thou, Yahweh, will bless the righteous. With favor wilt thou compass him as a shield. The word with is not there. As a shield, compass. You see, the Hebrew brings out the sense of crown, right? Will crown. Encompass, to say even crown, right? Crown him, right? Encompass, go about him. Kiata tibareka sadik, Yahweh. Ki for ata, for the I male and none other. Ki ata tibarek, tibarek will bless, will barak, empower to prosper. Sadiq, the righteous, like the righteous one, the Sadiq, right? The Sadiq, the righteous, the truthful one, the righteous one, the just one, the innocent one. Kiata Tibarek, Sadiq Yahweh. Here. For thou dost bless the righteous. Katsina ratzona ta'it reinu. Ka like a sina. What is a sina? The sina, interesting right here, sina is often brought out, going out to Strong's. You see it says a hook as a pointed. It's a shield. It's a shield. You know the buckler, the shield and the buckler? Right? The shield. Right? The shield. Right? Going to touch on that right here. The shield. It's not the same word as we find in Psalm 3, round about verse 3, verse 4. Word for shield. There's different kind of shield. Often, most shield are brought out just as shield in translation. But the sina is a particular kind of shield. Right? The sina is the large shield. Right? It is the shield of the largest size that covers the whole body. It seems like the Romans, wisely, they kept that kind of shield. You know how you see the Roman shield? There used to be a bigger shield. One might think that the Israelites only had one kind of shield. That's not so. Because we see in Psalm 3, right, at verse 3 in KJV, verse 4, it says, but thou, Yahweh, art a shield about me. But the I, O Yahweh, are a shield about me. Ata Yahweh, magain ba'idi. Magain, the magain, right? So the magain is a shield, but it's not the largest shield. Here, when it says here, it says with favor will thou compass him, right, as a shield. It says ka, like sina, like the sina. So the sina is the large shield, the large size shield that covers the body. Therefore, Yahweh Eloheinu is being brought out here in the fulfillment of today's daily psalm as complete protection for Hasadik, for the righteous. Ratzon, the word for favor, ratzon is favor, delight. Often in Hebrew, you say bi ritzono, ritzono in his will. So it's also the word for will, right? Will and favor, right? Ratzon. Ka-sina ratzon ta'it reinu. Will compass him. The word for compass is atar. Now, atar is actually to crown. Atar has a sense of to surround, like you surround with a crown, right? So it says, Ha-it arena, Ha-it arena, will bestow a crown, right? But the sense of the Hebrew is encircle, for attack or protection, in the sense of guidance and protection. He will encircle, right? He will encircle the tzaddik, the righteous one, right? With a large shield, with a large protection, right? A large shield, a large protection. Right here. Ki ata tibareka tzaddik Yahuwah, ka tzina ratzona ta'it areinu. Here, today's daily psalm. I know we went a little bit over right here, but here, the full of this important psalm. Hopefully we'll pick up a little bit more on prayer right here. Now we're going to play a tune here on the outro here from the board, right? We'll play a tune here from the board. Those listening to the BTR, we're going to sign off right there, but this is the outro. Shalom, Yeshua Shalom, Boker Tov. Have a good morning. Those in the nighttime season, Laila Tov, Boker Tov, and good night, good morning. Bashem Yeshua HaMoshiach. Here. Yes, I. Signing off on the BTR outro here on the live stream.
Thank you for using Blog Talk Radio. Goodbye.
מזמור למנצח אל הנחילות, מזמור לדוד. אמרי האזינה אדוני, בינה הגיגי. הקשיבה לכל שבעי, מלכי ואלוהי, כי אליך אתפלל. אדוני, בוקר תשמע קולי, בוקר אערוך לך ואצפה. כי לא אל חפץ רשע אתה, לא יגורך רע. לא יתייצבו הוללים לנגד עיניך, שנאת כל פועלי אוון. תאבד דוברי כזב, איש דמים ומרמה יתעב אדוני. ואני ברוב חסדך אבוא ביתך, אשתחווה אל היכל קודשך ויראתך. אדוני, נחני וצדקתך למען שוררי, הישר לפני דרכך, כי אין בפיהו נכונה, קרבם הבוד, קבר פתוח גרונם, לשונם יחליקון. האשימם אלוהים, יפלו ממועצותיהם, ברוב פשעיהם הדיחהו, כי מרו בך. וישמחו כל חוסבך, לעולם ירמננו, ותסך עלימו, ויעלצו בך אוהבי שמך. כי אתה תברך צדיק אדוני, קצינה רצון תעתרנו.
Psalm 5. Give ear to my words, O Lord. Consider my meditation. Hearken unto the voice of my cry, my King and my God. For unto thee will I pray. My voice shalt thou hear in the morning, O Lord. In the morning will I direct my prayer unto thee, and will look up. For thou art not a God that hath pleasure in wickedness, neither shall evil dwell with thee. The foolish shall not stand in thy sight. Thou hatest all workers of iniquity. Thou shalt destroy them that speak leasing. The Lord will abhor the bloody and deceitful man. But as for me, I will come into thy house in the multitude of thy mercy, and in thy fear will I worship toward thy holy temple. Lead me, O Lord, in thy righteousness because of mine enemies. Make thy way straight before my face. For there is no faithfulness in their mouth. Their inward part is very wickedness. Their throat is an open sepulchre. They flatter with their tongue. Destroy thou them, O God. Let them fall by their own counsels. Cast them out in the multitude of their transgressions, for they have rebelled against thee. But let all those that put their trust in thee rejoice. Let them ever shout for joy, because thou defendest them. Let them also that love thy name be joyful in thee. For thou, Lord, wilt bless the righteous. With favor wilt thou compass him as with a shield, 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 as with a shield.
Yeshua Shalom, Chaverim. Be well, be well. Shalom, friends.